Thank you so much, Mr. MC, the medical system. Please, I will ask the indulgence of everybody to follow us to the door so we can perform this traditional rite. Thank you so much. Okay, Your Royal Highness is present here, the Kamala, and the entire Ibom. Um, this is another. So we are here to thank God for gathering us once more this year. Right here in Atlanta. To talk about the development of our division. We are calling on all our ancestors and then all the leaders of the DLM to join us here today. We are calling on God, the Almighty, to join us, and that everything that we agree here, everything that we talk about here, it should be within the realms and tradition of the DLM. And we ask God to guide us, throughout the deliberations. So on behalf of all the forms of the DLM, all the Your Royal Highnesses from the DLM, we officially open this convention today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Put your hands together for the libations, please. And we can now progress into the hall for the opening prayers. Yes, please. Can we come in, please? And we are encouraging all the attendees to move to the seats to the front and leave all the seats in the back should not be occupied. We want it to be very intimate so that it can be very productive. So we only occupy the seats over there, that are at the front there. All the latecomers can sit back here. So just move where I'm standing, please. Where I'm standing, everybody should be in one of the seats in front there. Doctor, yeah, go there, there you go. So one is very intimate and very close needed so that we can have a very, very powerful session and very interactive as well. So the very next, once the chiefs are seated, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. Or some people want to say agenda on the item, but I want to go with item on the agenda. So we'll be moving on to opening prayers. And I call the people that are still lingering out there, please, can you come in, please, and come to all the seats at the front over here. So Dr. Awuncha is going to lead us in prayers. And when she gives prayers, the Almighty, you will see the anointing. And I believe this session is going to be very successful because of the libations followed suit by the prayers. Dr. over to you.
Thank you very much. Is it okay if I stand here? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Could we rise for prayers, please? With all denominations respected, we pray in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing each and every one of us from our various homes to this place here today safely. We pray, O God, that our deliberations here will go well. All the activities, O Lord, you're going to send your Holy Spirit to guide our thoughts and every decision that we make. May you fill us with your love. May you fill us with your guidance. We thank you for all the people who have led this association up to this point in time. We thank you for all the effort that everyone has poured in. We know where many of us are large, thousands of us all over the United States, but not a lot of people are committed. We pray, oh God, that may your Holy Spirit touch the hearts of these people that are not here, that eventually they will join us. May they see the beauty and the richness in the community that you blessed us with. We pray, oh God, most especially for leaders who will be selfless, that will look for the good of the whole community and not towards themselves. We pray, oh God, that you bring these people forward, and we pray for a mind of growth and selflessness. Even if we cannot see what we want to achieve today, may we look forward to the good of our great community and what we can achieve in the future. So we beg you that you continue to bless us, and that may you continue to bless everyone who came here, and that may unity always move forward in our community. And we pray for our young ones that are coming up, oh Lord, that you instill in them a culture and the unity that we have. We thank you for everything that you've done, and we pray that you take us back safely to our various destinations. We ask all this through Christ. Amen. One more thing, I was just standing outside there for prayers, and I thought of an old song that they normally sing. It's a pigeon for love and unity among us. Oh, yeah, never tell and say, I love you well, well. God bless your soul. I love you well, so we can go around and give a handshake to everybody. That would be nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah, never tell and say,
I love you well, well. God bless your soul. Bless you well, well. Call your brother, tell them, say, I love you well, well. God bless your soul. I love you well, well. Call your brother, call your sister, tell them, say, I love you well, well. God bless your soul. I love you well, well. Call your brother, tell them, say, I love you well, well. Oh, God bless your soul. Oh, I love you well, well. Hey. Tell them, say, I love you well, well. Oh, God bless your soul. I love you well, well. I love you well, well. God bless your soul. I love you well, well. Until I'm saying I love you well, well. God bless your soul. I love you well, well. For your master, tell them, say it loud. God bless your soul. I love you well, well. Call your picking, you tell them, say I love you well, well. Well, God bless your soul. I love you well. Okay. That was amazing. I told you that Dr. Uncha is a prime mover. And exactly, you guys can speak for yourself, right? You see it for yourself. Now, we'll be moving to something very solemn, which is going to be a powerful opening statement from the CEO of LECDA. After that, there are some items on the agenda that will be adjusting depending on the readiness of the those who are going to perform those particular activities. So after the powerful statement from the CEO, we would like to have a report from LECDA Live, which is now called LECDA Solidarity Group. So please get ready for that. Thank you very much. My name is Oliver Asa. I am the Public Relations Officer, the outgoing Public Relations Officer of LECDA USA, and also of the Minka Systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, PRO, Your Highnesses, Beckham, senior citizens of the BLM, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I want to appreciate Professor Zengum for drawing my attention to two very important things. First, the nature of the agenda that we have today, and that we need to start early to go through, and also that we need to do justice to those who are here at 10 a.m. I really appreciate that, because at times we can get excited and get off track, but when you have elders that can draw our attention and you have people who can listen, things always go right. Thank you, Prof. I also want to appreciate Dr. Mrs. Dempsey for that song. It provided a good platform for me to make this opening statement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just an ordinary convention. If you go through the program, you see that the decisions that we'll be making today can either make or break this organization. So I'm begging on us all to pay attention on the things that we'll be discussing here. And I can assure you that we'll go through the agenda, because what is important is not how much time we spend on a particular item, but on how straightforward we are with the conversations. One thing, and I would like the media to actually show that the hall is empty when we are starting. As disappointing as it is, I think the empty hall also carry a message. When it comes to discussing the future of the BLM, we cannot wait for people. Because if you keep waiting for everybody to come, we will never get there. So I am interpreting the empty hall that the rest of the BLM people, those who are still to join us, to know that when it comes to business, we don't wait for anybody. Ever since I took over, that has been the way I operate. I don't wait for people. If you're ready, you join me. If you're not ready, well, you will see us far ahead. So I want to call on us all to really pay attention to what we discussed today, to take the different headings, especially the new executive and the LECDA Life administrators that will be replacing. I want us to pay attention, because those decisions can either make or break this organization. We have done our due diligence behind the scene to draft a framework that will guide us in deliberation. And I don't think anything is going to be so much of an obstacle. Again, I want to thank you all so much, not just for coming, but for coming on time. And I wish that we are honest, sincere, and respectful in our deliberation. Thank you so much.
I think that was a semblance of an applause for the CEO who has done so much for this organization. So can we now recognize the CEO with a thunderous applause? That sounds more like it. I thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to the next item, which will be the presentation by the LECDA Solidarity Group. After that, we'll move on to the state of the LECDA USA finances, which will be done by CEO Therese Fomentes. CFO Therese Fomentes. So that will be coming right after the LECDA Solidarity. I keep saying LECDA Live. Well, I used to be right, LECDA Solidarity Group. So I will be giving they will be taking the podium. Please, when you come to do a presentation, if you can step right where I am right now, that's going to help for the media coverage, because this is being streamed live. If you can step over here when you are talking or making a report, please. Thank you very much. So let's listen to the LECDA Solidarity Group presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The President, the Executive of LECDA USA, members of the Board of Trustees, traditional leaders, presidents of London Association and chapters, distinguished sons and daughters of the BLM. Good morning. My name is Dr. Pam Foncho. On behalf of the administrators of LECDA Solidarity Group, aka LECDA Life, we extend our sincere greetings and appreciation to the entire BLM community for your continued trust, support, and commitment to this important community initiative. It is an honor and a privilege to present this report to the General Assembly during the 2026 LECDA USA Convention. As you know, LECDA Life is managed by 6 administrators. Myself, Pam Fonjo. Chief Dr. Fomeche, who's at the podium. Chief, please. We have Barrister Fonumale of Arizona. Professor Alois Amin from Georgia. And Dr. Kempela from Boston. Mark Kelvin is another administrator who could not make it here today. The LECDA Solidarity Group was established in 2018 as a community-based solidarity initiative intended to provide financial and emotional support to the LECDA families in the United States during a time of bereavement and hardship. Before the creation of this initiative, many families depended heavily on emergency fundraisers to bury their loved ones. While the LECDA community has always demonstrated compassion and generosity during difficult moments, there was a growing realization from this community that a more structured and sustainable and dignified support system was necessary. This initiative was originally launched under the name LECDA Life. However, during the amendment of the LECDA USA Articles of Incorporation in the state of Georgia, legal guardians were sought and a name change to avoid any interpretation that this initiative functioned as a life insurance company. Consequently, the program was formally renamed LECDA Solidarity Fund, a name that better reflects its true mission and a community solidarity and supportive initiative. Please, members of this community, you have to bear with me because LECDA Solidarity Fund has been ongoing for almost 10 years. So this report is going to be a little bit long, so bear with me. But please listen carefully. Today, we are proud to report that this program has continued to grow steadily and remain one of the most impactful community initiatives established under LECDA USA. Some historical background. Since its inception in 2018, the LECDA Solidarity Group has grown through sacrifices and dedication and collective commitment of the administrators, the members of the community, and also supporters across the LECDA community. During the early years of the program, pioneer administrators made enormous personal sacrifice to sustain this program. At that time, members contributed about $25 per death in order to raise $7,500 for bereavement. $25 per death. While the system served its purpose during those formative years, the financial burden on members highlighted the urgent need for a broader participation and stronger organizational structures and long-term sustainability of this program. Through continuous reform, increased community participation, and improved administrative management, the program has evolved significantly. Today, the contribution per death has reduced to approximately $4 per member. While still maintaining a meaningful support for the affected families, this achievement represents one of the greatest milestones in the history of LECDA Solidarity Group and also reflects the strength that collective participation and responsibility of the administrators. Major reform and achievements from 2023 to 2026. Under the leadership of the current CEO, Mr. Pascal Etendem, and the Board of Trustees, several important reforms and improvement have been implemented to strengthen the sustainability, fairness, and integrity of this program. First, standardization of benefits. One of the major reforms implemented during this administration was the introduction of standardized flat rate benefit structure for all enrolled members, regardless of where the death occurred and also regardless of where they were going to be buried. Previously, benefit consideration could vary depending on the circumstances and the location. The new structure introduced greater fairness, transparency, predictability, and administrative efficiency. This reform has strengthened the confidence in the program, has also ensured that treatment for all members are standard. Second major reform, standardization of the waiting period. To protect the sustainability and integrity of the program, a uniform waiting period of 5 months was established before newly enrolled members became fully eligible for benefits. This policy has strengthened consistency within the program and also reduced vulnerability that could threaten the financial stability of this solidarity group. It has also reinforced the principle that initiative is intended to operate a long-term community support system rather than a short-term emergency enrollment mechanism. Third reform, adjustment of benefits for the first year enrollment. Another important reform introduced under this current administration and the Board of Trustees was the adjustment of the benefit package for members who enroll and pass away within the first year of participation. This policy was introduced as a sustainability measure designed to discourage opportunistic enrollment practices while protecting long-term contributions that members have been preserving for long-term viability of the program. The reform was implemented not as a punishment, but as a responsible safeguard for the future of LECDA Solidarity Group. Fourth reform, financial contribution to LECDA USA. From 2023 through 2026, the LECDA Solidarity Group has contributed more than $70,000 to LECDA USA. Through the percentage allocation from annual registration fees collected from members. This contribution has made LECDA Solidarity Group one of the major financial backbones of LECDA USA. And this is what this program was intended for, to serve the community, but at the same time, support the initiative of LECDA USA. Membership growth and sustainability. Since 2013, the LECDA Solidarity Group has experienced gradual but meaningful growth in membership. This growth has contributed significantly to one, reduced contribution rate as already outlined, improved response capacity during bereavement, increased financial stability of the program, greater public confidence in the initiative, and expand community participation and engagement. The reduction in member contribution obligation from $25 per death to $4, some death even $3.12, has clearly demonstrated that the positive impact that this solidarity group and their administrators, what they have been working in the background to sustain this program. What are some of the challenges that this program faces? Despite progress achieved, several important challenges remain and require continued community attention and collective responsibility. The first challenge, selective family enrollment. One of the most significant challenges remain the tendency of some individuals to enroll only their elderly, medically high-risk family members, while excluding younger and healthier relatives. Such practices create an imbalance between contributors and beneficiaries and threaten the sustainability of this solidarity group structure. Families are therefore encouraged to enroll members across all ages in order to preserve the fairness and the long-term strength of the program. Second, verification and due diligence. Another ongoing challenge involves the attempt to enroll individuals who may not genuinely reside within the United States. To address this concern, verification procedures requiring proof of residency and physical presence within the United States have been strengthened. Administrators continue to work towards improving accountability and due diligence measures to preserve the integrity of this credible program. Public education and understanding. There remains a need for a broader public education regarding the proposed and structure of LECDA Solidarity Group. The program is not an insurance company. It's not an investment. It's not a platform where there is money making. It is a community solidarity initiative founded on trust, compassion, collective responsibility, and mutual support during the moment of grief. To continue success of the program will depend heavily, the DLM people, heavily on honesty, heavily on transparency, heavily on participation, heavily on shared commitment from all members in the community. Role of the administrators. As the organization prepares for election and administrative transition, it is important for the General Assembly, as the CEO has already stated, I'm not sure where the BLM people are, but it is very important for this assembly to understand the role of an administrator of LECDA Life. 1, marketing and promoting the program through community outreach, funeral presentation, and town hall meetings. 2, vetting and verifying reported deaths before official announcements are made. 3, supervising different regions across the United States for effective management and member support. 4, rotating on-call responsibilities of the administrators to support members and also to assist the administrative assistant. 5, managing financial operations, payment tracking, account reconciliation, and accountability system must be in place for this program to continue to sustain itself. During the reporting period, administrators organized several town hall meetings across the United States to educate and also to engage the community regarding the program and the future direction. These responsibilities represent only a snapshot of the work performed daily to ensure sustainability of LECDA Solidarity Group. The administrators of LECDA Solidarity Group work independently of the Board of Trustees of LECDA USA to carry out the activities of LECDA Solidarity Group. I want to make it very, very clear that the administrators of LECDA Solidarity Group work independently of the Board of Trustees to manage the Solidarity Group. Therefore, any administrator who will be replaced today or re-elected must understand that distinction. There are pioneers administrators who originally have the blueprint of this program. Those pioneer administrators are going to phase out so that new administrators can come in to manage this program. LEBIALM people, we have to be very honest. We cannot just pick anyone because he's our friend. This is a job that requires integrity, community building, and selflessness. There's a lot of misinformation out there regarding what LECDA Solidarity Group does and what the group is all about. I will reiterate that this ideology was not born out of Boston, it was born out of New York, where I remain a member. This idea was to help the community in LEBIALM. And he has done his job very well, and also to sustain LECDA. There will be two administrators that have already stepped down, and that's going to be Dr. Nkendala and also Mafwa Tembi. And today we will vote two new administrators to join the group of administrators. I'm quite sure that the CEO will have in his report what the process is going to look like. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the LECDA Solidarity Group remains one of the most impactful and meaningful initiatives established under LECDA USA. And that was designed on purpose. It was designed to do exactly what it is doing today. To support LECDA USA and to support members of this community. Therefore, if you intend to run as an administrator, please take that in mind. There has to be the level of selflessness in you. Administrators are called. There's no time limit. 12 midnight, you get calls from the community. It is a selfless position, and each member who's going to be coming up for election should be aware of that. While the challenges remain, the progress achieved thus far gives us a strong confidence that the program can continue to grow stronger and more sustainable. How is that going to happen? Through fairness, through accountability, through transparency, and continued community participation. The future success of LECDA Solidarity Group depends not only on the administrators, but also on the willingness of every LEBIALM family to protect, to respect the program, to strengthen, and to support this shared vision that was conceived in 2018. Together, we can continue to provide dignity, compassion, and meaningful support to our community during life's most difficult moments. Thank you, and may God bless every single one of us and our families. Come from you.
All protocol respected, I will call a standing ovation to this report. If you can all stand and we put our hands together. And I will tell you what, Thank you very much. You can have your seats. I cannot stress the CEO will be talking more on his state of LECDA USA, on LECDA Solidarity Group. If the projects that are being carried out by LECDA USA, a chunk of that is thanks to LECDA Solidarity Group because of the process that come from there. So the CEO will take care of that. But there's a problem. By hand show, let me see who is a member of the LECDA Solidarity Group in this hall. Let me see who is a member. Hand show. Who is a member of the LECDA Solidarity Group? Hands up, please. Okay, so you can see that some people are not yet members. The problem is this. We have an unofficial statistics of about 10,000 BLM members in the USA. Unofficial, at least 10,000. Now, if you have a LECDA Solidarity Group that is helping as much as it is, and the BLM don't even make 50% of the members today, that is a problem. So please, we should be the ambassadors of this program when we leave out of here. But you cannot tell someone to do something that you do not do and do not want to do. People do what you do, not what you tell them. So please, that's very important. I wanted to make that cause people move ahead. So now I will be handing the mic to Mr. Tony Asong. We have some leashes that we're going to stitch, and he will take care of that. There's some point of order and so on. So over to you.
Thank you,
Mr. Moderator,
Mr.
one
MC.
second. We're just going to, Chief, wait. We're just going to present the package that we have for the LECDA USA.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Mr. CEO, please.
So we said during the presentation that LECDA Life, LECDA Solidarity Group, my apologies, is the organization that has sustained LECDA USA. This organization, as I said, is managed by 6 administrators. And we have 5 administrators here. The CEO of LECDA USA is an oversight administrator. The CEO role is to ensure smooth running of the program. This CEO, Mr. Pascal Etienne, has managed to grow this program exponentially since it took over. Please give a hand of applause to Mr. Pascal Etienne. We are proud to say that the proceeds have gone down to $4 and $3.12, thanks to the build-up and the membership now is currently at 4,200 members. So let's clap for that. So I'm going to pass over the phone to Professor Ami to present the check for the LECDA USA from LECDA Solidarity Group.
Thank you, Doctor. Really, we are very, very pleased. And we are very, very pleased to hand over this check to LECDA USA. Before I go ahead, there's one thing that we left out. That is the coordinator of LECDA Solidarity Fund. They are doing marvelous work.
Yes.
So we are handing over $40,019.91.
And how LECDA Solidarity Group is not a profit organization. However, LECDA Solidarity Group collects $32 every time somebody enrolls, $20 for matriculation, and $12 for annual registration. This check is coming from that. And the administrators have ensured that this program remains viable by watching this money to make sure it goes back to LECDA USA.
Thank you very much to the LECDA Solidarity administrators. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DJ. You now understand why I requested for a standing ovation, right? 40,000 plus to LECDA USA. So, and Dr. Eamon will be doing a lot of job, not just now, but mostly tonight. That will be calling to our consciences when we are called upon to donate towards LECDA, to build the BLM and make the BLM Paradise Vision 2050 a reality. So I hand the mic to the governor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My brothers and sisters, I stand here before all of you with humility as the president of LECDA Georgia. All of you, when I look around this hall and I scan across the hall, almost everybody in here has come from out of town, and that breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And I have to tell you that I feel ashamed. I have to do that. I feel ashamed. But I am inspired by what we just saw. What LECDA USA can do for their own community. I'm really inspired. Those are some of the things that give me the energy to work for my community. At this age, I'm supposed to be sitting somewhere as a person of wisdom and giving advice to the younger ones. This is serious. I'm supposed to be sitting somewhere and giving advice with my big brother, Professor Amin, right here, just directing what the younger people can do to our community. But here we are. So, but also, let me use this as an opportunity to thank all of you that are here right now that came from out of town. I know Houston is in the house, Maryland is in the house, Boston is in the house, Arizona is in the house, California is in the house, and Georgia. Anyway, yeah, so let me say this. Like our PRO said that there were some glitches. I do not know, they were not purposeful. I just wanted to say that when we started organizational procedures for this day, I had identified Professor Eugene Gesem, a very hardworking community member. And he's not here, but please, I want us to give Professor Gesem a round of applause because he put everything together. He chaired the committees, he made the local organization, and it seems to me like his absence, today has led to this. But anyway, Professor Gesem is out of town, and due to circumstances beyond his control, he was not able to be here today. And I clearly understand that. I still thank him and I give him thumbs up for the job he did. I am so appreciative of what Professor Gesem has done. At this point, in the absence of Professor Gesem, I went on my knees and begged my big brother, Professor Amin, here to fill in as chair of the convention. So he accepted it, with joy. And I had personally called on Dr. Edmund Qualified to come down here and assist me with running this convention. And so Professor Amin and Dr. Edmund, they are the co-chairs of this convention. And at this point, it is my pleasure to invite the co-chairs of our convention, Professor Amin and Dr. Edmund,
to come and gracefully take responsibility of the way to go along. Thank you all so much.
So I want to officially welcome the chair and the co-chair to the high table again, and to apologize for not doing this earlier. What is important is that we realize every mistake and correct it and make things right before we move on. Just to piggyback on the report by Dr. Pam, I don't want us to say, just generalize and say coordinators, but I want to especially recognize Dinkamami from California. He's a LECDA Solidarity Group administrator heading one of the largest groups. We have the president of Houston, Madame Imelda Anso. She's also another strong LECDA Solidarity Group administrator. And of course, we have Dr. Hilary Aroke, also heading another group and has been coordinator. Coordinator. So I want us to recognize them. And that is really not why I took this, not the only reason. One of the reasons is that we heard from Dr. Pan how much reform we have made within the 3 years. A lot. And those have to take this program to the next level. You know, that happened because we listen. After a presentation like this, it's not good to just move on without opening up for comment. Because I always believe that the individual that will take the BLM to the next level might not be sitting here or there. That individual can be in a crowd. So it's always good to open up. It's from town hall meetings, it's from coordinators meetings that we have been able to come up with some of the reforms. We did not just sit at the level of administrator, figure things out. So I'm pleading that Mr. PRO, you open the floor for comment, suggestion, maybe even criticism. This is not a perfect group. Criticize something, we can go back and look at some of the things that we are doing and change it. But if we come here and present a report and we just clap because they 40,000 and think that the program is perfect, we are never going to be better. So I'm calling on comments, proposals on this report before we move on. Thank you.
Put your hands together for CEO Pascal Trinidad. Yes. Nothing is perfect. I have one of my key principles that I used to enact is perfection is doing everything right. Excellence is doing the right thing. Therefore, strive for perfection, strive for excellence, and leave perfection to divinity. That is one of the key principles. So nothing is ever perfect, but something can be excellent. We'll be taking 3 comments. And when you do something right, you don't learn. But if you get it wrong, you learn a lot to do it right next time. So we want constructive criticisms. Constructive. If you don't, something is not right, give a suggestion. So I'm taking just three of those. Who are the 3 lucky people? Okay, 1 there. Who is next? Okay, let me start over here. Oh, 2. Okay. And 3.
I have a question for whoever is going out in the community to promote this program. Is there a stipend, or because I understand selflessness, my concern is that if somebody is not financially viable, they might not be able to be that selfless if it involves that they have to spend their own money to go out in the community. If they are, so I'm not sure how that works. I'm Regina Awon.
Madam Regina, I will leave this to the administrators to answer that question.
Well, thank you very much. We do appreciate the question behalf of the LECDA Life administrators. My name is Deliberations, and I am the legal mind of LECDA Life. I assist them with everything that has to do with the law and making sure that we navigate the program legally without falling into any issues. With respect to your question, number one, when we came in as administrators, we decided that this is going to be a voluntary job, meaning that we're not earning any money, any salary, but we also get yearly money for our expenses. So legally, we can't call them payments or compensation or anything that the IRS will think we're getting paid. But we are reimbursed for all of our expenses. Me being here today to do this is at the expense of LECDA Solidarity Group. If I have to go to California or somewhere else to present about LECDA Solidarity Group, I'm expensed for all of those things. So that's how it happens with us. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
That was a perfect response, and nothing to add to that. Next will be Mrs. Mrs. Ida Zemo.
Thank you. Mine is a question as well. At one time, I saw that we contributed a fund, but the individual was, I think, was a white person. So my question is, do we go beyond the LECDA community to get insured, or friends or anybody who knows of the program could be included? Thank you.
Yes, I will attempt. If I miss something, then one of the administrators will go. The program has no boundaries. It doesn't care everywhere it goes. It's worldwide. It's race blind. It's country blind. So long as you live in the U.S. or you were able to live here and have your matriculation, even if you move out of the U.S. and you can still and remain current, you are still a beneficiary. Are you asking a question or you want to add to this?
No, sorry.
I thought we needed 3 people. 3 people, there was 1 year. I will make you number 4. Do administration? Okay, good. So Professor Zengom will be the next. After that, the government, and then I will make it 6, okay?
I really want to join the rest of the members of LECDA USA to commend this initiative. This is development. This is it. There's nothing which we are doing here which we will not call the real development that it should be. And it shows we are growing. I just need some clarification or some guidance on how you manage the money. Is it put into an account, checking account, saving account, or an investment account? Because that is liquid cash.
Powerful question and very mind-boggling. I will leave the administrators to answer.
I'm from you again. The money goes into a bank account. As we know, LECDA USA has a Chase bank account. And since LECDA Life is a sub under LECDA USA, that money goes also not in the LECDA USA bank account, it is sub-bank account that is dedicated just for LECDA Life. I'm not sure if that has answered your question.
No. Yeah, I do. I think one thing that question is pointed to is also how that will generate more money by the time that you hand it over to them.
So let me clarify, that was just part of the answer. First of all, we do not collect money like insurance company take premiums and keep. We only collect when somebody dies. So at the end of the year, the $20 or the annual registration fee is collected, and then part of it used to pay the LECDA Solidarity Group administrative assistant. Part of it fund the traveling expenses, and the rest up to LECDA USA. Legally, because of the way LECDA Solidarity Group is structured, we cannot take money from members of that group and keep in a bank account. It becomes an insurance company. That is why the different groups that constitute LECDA Solidarity Group, they can give money to their coordinator to keep, when the death occurs, they pay to LECDA Solidarity Group, but we cannot take that money and keep it to the account, because if we take the money and keep in the LECDA Solidarity Group, it means we are operating as an insurance company collecting premiums, which can make the IRS come after us. So this is a very important question. So at the end, legally, we have barrister. At the end of the year, everything that comes to LECDA Solidarity Group, we have to make sure that we balance the account and the proceeds that can be spent, sent to LECDA USA to use that as investment that can be justified. But we cannot leave that money sitting in their account. Otherwise, it becomes a business that we are not allowed to operate like that.
Yes, put your hands together. I think that answers the question. So you can put LECDA so that you cannot put money in an IRA, for instance. So that is very important. After the government will be Wanja and then Dr.
Just a comment from Madam Aoun. My name is Ndin Kamamin from California. I think we've been in this since inception. And I run a group, we have about 350 members. What we did was, I don't go into any meeting from inception. When there was a meeting, Baffood, Meta Group, we went there and we talked to them. Right now, if we growing, it can go to 500 or more. What the other groups do now is they call myself or one of my friends, Mr. Pominyam, and we go to their meetings and we present what LECDA Life is. And I do run two groups, and I always give a comparison. I've been doing Saji for over 20 years, and I tell them, not because I'm from the BLM, LECDA Life it will pay you faster than Saji. Saji takes 3 months if you lose somebody. I run the two groups. I have about 150 members in Saji that I run. This one I have about 350. So you don't really need to be going from place. Once people already know about it, even when I'm here, I've had calls that people want to join. So if we just market it that way, you don't need to be going out to have people join. It's a very, very good, beneficial group to join. I always tell people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Awesome. May one jet, please. Be as brief as possible so we can run the program.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Quick question. So when you give this $40,000 to LECDA USA, are there some specifications of what they have to do, or they have the free will to just do whatever they want to do? And then I think he answered part of my question, but I was just thinking, like, how do we do to increase outreach? I think the answer is from what he said. It's us here who can do that.
Yes, I will give to the CEO to answer this question.
Yes, so LECDA USA has project, and that money is used to sponsor the project back home. And some of the projects I will be highlighting in my report. So what Prof actually asked about putting the money somewhere, LECDA USA in its article of registration can actually do what Prof was saying, to get that money and invest. But LECDA Solidarity Group cannot do that. So that is another way that we can get to what Prof was saying, by giving the money to the mother organization that has a broader scope to use it that way. So that is a good idea. And again, what he's suggesting can be done under the right umbrella. Thank you.
Yes, Doctor, I will come to you after Dr. Freeman.
Okay. So now it's 10.
Yes, I'm ending with two more, and that will be it. My latitude is ending.
All protocol respected. I would like to thank the LECDA Solidarity Fund administrators and what they've been doing for this great initiative. There's one thing that I want to ask I don't know if it's going to come after. When you run the LECDA Solidarity Fund, what I would have been expecting to be the ending of Dr. Palm's presentation would have been in 2025-2026, we have 500 new members. They pay $32, total amount X. We have 3,200 existing members. They put in $12 for their annual registration, total Y. The sum total of what came in, which is non-money contributed for the burial of our loved ones, was this. An X amount or Y amount was spent as a stipend to the administrators in order to move them from point A to point B, and this amount was paid to the administrator of the program, and this is what is left and is being transferred to LECDA USA. And that will probably make it a little more understandable for everyone else, because the $32 that is paid as inception and the $12 which is given annually is nothing to do with the burials of the people that died. Thank you.
Yes, I will let the administrators go with this.
Chief can answer that.
Oh, okay, that's right. His Royal Highness Chief Fomenche, also PhD, Dr. Fomenche, the professor. He's been teaching for decades. He knows how to do this.
Okay, let me start with responding or adding something to what Nkemamin said and a response to Aaron's question. You know, this program is what it is today because people take initiative in their different communities to promote the program wherever they are without the permission of legal life administrators, because they believe in this program and they say this program must grow, and they go out and they promote the program. You know, one of the persons that has not been acknowledged and she has done a great job is Madame Therese. You know, she has multiple groups in Arizona that she has promoted, you know, more than I have done. So, I mean, within Arizona. So, you know, there are coordinators, there are individuals who are out there promoting this program, and if we all take initiative to do the same, we can grow this program to 10,000 easily or beyond. Somebody even asked the question, why are we not even more than SAGI? Because one thing that is unique about LECDA Life and LECDA Solidarity is that we are the only organization that pays the bereaved family first before we collect from our members. We are the only organization that does that. So other organizations take about a month, 2 months to collect money, then pay the family. And sometimes 3 months. But we pay. So there is no reason why all of us sitting here, especially for a program, I am happy somebody said that they saw a white man there. Especially a program that is for everybody. Talk to a member of your church. You know, one of the groups that we have in Arizona is a church group made of Hispanics. Talk to your church community. Talk to your church groups. We want to see this program grow by 2027. You know, we want to see it get to 10,000. So, back to the question that I'm supposed to be responding to. You see, one of the things that teachers do is that when you don't have the direct answer to a question, you dribble around before coming to the question. But let me say, I have a detailed financial report which we have to share with the CEO, because if you just write a check and give him, he will not going to accept it. We have to give him the breakdown of what came in and how much was spent and how much is left. And as it was agreed at the beginning of this program, 40% of that money comes back to LECDA USA. 40% of the money remains in the coffers of LECDA Solidarity so that we can continue to do or pay more debts before we collect from our members. As we speak today, if we have 10 debts in the community, we can pay easily without stress. Because of the reinvestment, we have been reinvesting the 40% into LECDA Solidarity. So, if we have time, and I am going to say that, if we have time and we want to get a breakdown, beginning from 2019 to current, how much was collected, how much was spent, how much was left, and how much was given to LECDA USA. I can give you those analyses in less than 15 minutes. And I have the report right here. But we share that report with the CEO. If you have confidence in him, that's fine. If you don't, you want to get that as the General Assembly, it is your right, because this is the biggest organ. This is the biggest body of LECDA USA. You have the right to request that information. And as a member, we can also present that to the General Assembly. So it takes me just 5 minutes to pull the report and then share that with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this will be the last place.
No, I'm the president. When I speak, So, okay, brothers and sisters, I think that when we talk about our convention, this presentation and the spin-off conversation is the convention.
Yes, correct.
This presentation and the spin-off conversation that has followed, questions being answered, this is the convention. If we close now and go home, I know we had a very successful convention. No, I'm telling you. Yeah, we should stop running conventions where we come and, we dabble around the bush, theories, speeches, and we go home. This is the convention. And I'm so happy. And I want to end this is the convention by telling you that this convention, to organize this convention, the national body, LECDA USA, disbursed $24,000 to us. Straight ahead of time. They didn't say go and spend the money and come and tell me how much you spent. They disbursed $24,000. And all of the problems we ran into financially because Atlanta is an out of control city. We already did a presentation and we are begging for more money to finish up because it didn't. But this is, I have to let you know this. The convention, we had $24,000 disbursed to us up front. LECDA USA, I thank you all so much. See, when you have your legs in multiple organizations, when I say that you could know what the role I play in LECDA USA, so I'm really sorry about that.
There is an important question. One thing that makes me stand out as a leader is transparency. And so when they ask a question about money, it is important that everybody is satisfied with the response. For the sake of time, we might not be able, but I want us to rule here that our report will be printed and we'll send it to the branch president to share it. But listen, I'm talking, there is no stranger here. I'm talking as the CEO of LECDA USA. And finally, there is some secrecy in this that when I go to presentation and I'm presenting to non-Bangla, I'm careful. Because not every community will know that part of the $12 is going to be a level bullshit. Yeah, no, I report you chapter
She has 1 minute.
You got that right. Okay, so I just want clarification. The administrators, I want to echo what everyone has said. For what you're doing. But I wanted to clarify, I believe, you are staying put in your positions, right? Given that this is serious and it takes sacrifice and commitment like what I've seen you all do. Whatever happens thereafter, I just know that you're doing a fantastic job. So I just wanted to be assured that you're all staying put in your positions. Is that about right? Okay, thank you all so much. What about unanimous consent that you all do what you're doing? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saved myself out of trouble. And they said 2 administrators are phasing out and they will be replaced today. So that will be, the CEO will dwell on that more on the state of LECDA USA. I wrote a poem called Stitches and Glitches. It's coming in my next book and it's also on LinkedIn. See, when they make the slip of the tongue and say, call different organizations, please forgive us, we will not intent of this.
So, I really thank everybody who is here. And I just wanted to redirect us to a few things. And we accept that we've had a few glitches. In my view, I think this is not the way conventions run, right? So let's reorganize. I think when we get to conventions, the first thing is that we have an agenda. Yeah, and that agenda was supposed to have been something that we could have actually adopted first. And then just say, hey, this is the agenda. We adopt the agenda. And then we look at the agenda and then we say, okay, are there things that we have to trim out? And then once we trim out, we correct that, we adopt that. That is the agenda we need to follow. If you open and see the programs that we set out here, they are just items of things that we want to discuss. But there is no time allocated to it. And first of all, I know that the CEO was, when put out the time, they were thinking more Arizona time, right? When they said 10 o'clock, they were thinking about Arizona 10 o'clock. But I'm not sure that they knew that at this point it would be 1 p.m. here. So we will give the CEO and that latitude and just say, yes, Mr. CEO, that stuff. And so we're not going to apologize to anybody, but we are already very late. And so I think we have trashed out one of the most important items that is on this. And it may yet be more time than like a program like this should have really, but from the get-go, we should have actually agreed on that. But let us now see whether we can then, pick up from here and see the other items that are still left to be discussed, and figure out how much time we're going to allocate. And to echo the president, the chef there, the organizing, when you come, conventions are actually time for us to deliberate, not long speeches. You introduce so that you get the feedback from the people and then we go. So here, we have had LECDA Live, which is what we have just done. There is LECDA USA State of the Finances by CFO. And then there is State of LECDA USA Address by the CEO. And then there is the BLM Internet Hub presentation, question and answer. And then there is a break at 3 p.m. Again, probably, mind you, I'll come coming back to the CEO. This is more Arizona time because here we're not. And then there's the keynote address. And then there is election. And then there is LECDA Solidarity Group elections. So we have a packed agenda. And so I think the first thing that we need to do is, in retrospect, let us just adopt this agenda. So we're going to make sure that when the CEO hands over stuff, it will not be things that he invented. That the convention here actually sat down, adopted that agenda, and we deliberated, and the resolutions. And I hope that there is a resolution committee that is actually picking up resolutions that will be taken from this meeting, so that we can then know, as we hand them over to the to the CEO, he would actually be able to use this to pilot our organization, going forward. So, are there things that we need, first of all, to change on this agenda, or we adopt it as is now and just move ahead. If we need that in a minute or 30 seconds, let us adopt it. And then we can then try to see how much time we allocate to each one, and then we move from there. If we don't really do that organization, we're going to run into trouble. We will not leave here before 8 p.m., the way I'm seeing it. So I will let the co-chair say if he has any other idea on this to make that. But otherwise, that's the one thing I really was itching to get the microphone, so I can, maybe reorganize and redirect us to what we need to do. Thank you. So, all right, so I have read the agenda. Does anybody have, if nobody has any objection to it, let us adopt it. I will need a member to adopt it, and I will need somebody to second that adoption. And then we'll consider the agenda adopted.
I move that we adopt the agenda, but then we'll move really quickly.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have Mr. Tony Okatoni Asom, who has moved the agenda to be adopted. And then we have Kembala, who has also seconded. So do we have rapporteurs, or maybe somebody at least taking resolutions of that? Okay. Is there anybody who, in the kindness of their heart, can help us, jot things down on the resolutions of the meeting, of the conversation? Great, thank you. I mean, the prayer you gave early on told me that the Spirit would only land on you to do everything that we want to do, which we don't have people doing. Thank you very much. Yes, so the next item, and I consider, Mr. CEO, had you moved that address, the LECDA Solidarity, is it close at this point? Have we completed that item on the agenda? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think if LECDA, as LECDA Live, even though it's still here LECDA Live, I think we should also go on the records that we're talking about LECDA Solidarity, right? So, yeah, so that as we're taking the resolutions, we're correcting these to, we're not discussing LECDA Live, we're discussing LECDA Solidarity, right? Yeah. So, yeah. That's the first item that we have addressed. In my own time, I would offer my own suggestion. I can offer it later on. But LECDA US State of the Finance CFO, we please crave your indulgence to really be brief as well as explicit. So, yeah.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, all notables, all protocol respected. My name is Teres Fumeche, and I'm the current CFO of LECDA USA. So if you all look at your WhatsApp group, the BLM Help, I forwarded the summary of the report that I'm going to be giving. So, state of the LECDA group. So, pretty much it's just money that came in and what was spent in the year of 2025 and 2026. So the summary that I sent out is from May of 2025 to April of 2026. We started May of 2025, we had our last convention. So our account started at 54,000 and some change. And then after all the expenses and income that came in, at the end of May, we had 87,598 and then 55 cents. So, and then of that money in May, the expenses that we spent 15,000 So at the beginning of last year's convention, unlike this year that we wrote a check for $24,000 and gave to LECDA Georgia, we started by partnering with the LECDA Arizona. So we paid 50% of the projected budget for that convention. So that's where the $15,000 came from. We gave them $15,000 and they were, going to come up with another $15,000. And not to go too much into the details, but that is what came out of LECDA account. And then we also spent, we also had $500 that was taken back from my account because there was a check that came in and bounced. And so that one was taken back from the account. And then in June of 2025, we went from 87,000 and then ended up at 80,000. And then of that money we spent, 3,000 was for LECDA USA travel expenses that we actually this was a summary of continuation of what we spent during the convention. So $3,000 of our money was used to pay the travel expenses of the Fund of the World because he was the keynote speaker on that convention. And we also spent $2,100 for media coverages, and then $350 for communication and sensitization prior to the convention. And there was also $2,500 for post-convention tokens to the fund. So each of the funds had $500 that was given as a token, as we all know, when the funds attended the convention. For July of 2025, the account started at 80,000, and then we ended up with 84,000. So we still had some of the pledges from the convention came in, and then we spent $90 on annual registration for the state of Georgia. And in August, we had $1,620 spent, and then we had, of that money, $1,019 was for the CEO's travel expense, which covered his flight and rental car for the convention that he went. And then we also spent $600 for fundraiser support to LECDA USA, LECDA, and LECDA USA, and they each got $200 as our support, as LECDA USA support to these funders. And then in September, our account was at $96,275, and then we also spent $20,810. Of that money, $800 went to 2023 and 2024 tax filing. $20 went to post-convention expenses paid to LECDA Arizona. So this is the story here. At the end of the day, we started by partnering and giving all the hard work they put in, and then saying that, after revisiting our decisions, we decided, or the BOT decided that it would be fair for us to incur all the expenses. So, and in addition to the extra money that LECDA and Arizona incurred, so that's where the $20,000 went back to them. So that is, it went down as post-convention expenses paid to LECDA Arizona, and that was made in cashier's check, and so we were charged $10 for that for the cashier's check. So the next 2 months there were no activities. And in December, we had $1,200 paid out for CEO's travel expenses, and this included $500 to LECDA Houston for uniform launching and water supply fundraiser. So all of these, the receipts are all in file. January, we had no activity. February, we ended up with $62,826.92. Of this money, we have 11,000 spent. Of that 11,000, we have 9,000 that went out to project funding. So by end of January, the DOT had decided on a project that we're going to carry out on the money that we raised last year. So we decided to give $4,000 to each funder. Like the CEO said yesterday, he did put out information for all the funders to apply for project funding. So of all the funders, only 8 sent the application by the deadline. So of these 8 funders, they were all awarded, they were each awarded $4,000. And so the DOT decided that we're going to start by funding 75% of the money, and then when the project is completed, they will get the remainder of the 25%, which is $1,000. So that's where you see $9,000 initially went to the bank funder, for Simone funder, and then United funder. So they each got $3,000, and then $2,000 was given to the Lewan funder. Just so you know, we did not shortchange them. For some reason, the transaction was not going through, so we still to give them that money. And then $301 was paid to Kenji Global Tech for LECDA USA 2025 web hosting. And then $60 was also paid to the state of Georgia for LECDA registration and business amendment filing. Now in March of 2026, at this point our account is at 62,000, and we came down to 24,745, and then it was all the expenses of we spent $38,081. So $1,081 went to LECDA USA 2025 and 2026 annual phone bills. 24,000 went to LECDA Georgia for convention preparations. $9,000 went to 2026 project funding to Wameto, Income, and Esoto funders, which they all got them $3,000 each. And then 4,000 went to the Mombi funder. And this is because immediately they got the 3,000, they executed the project right away. And so as soon as they presented the proof of completion, they got the remaining 1,000. So that's why it's showing that they got 4,000 for the project. In April, we're now in April, sorry. In April, we started with $24,745.92. And in April, we didn't have any withdrawals. So our accounts, we did have, at this point, some membership dues, membership contributions are coming in. So we have $28,145, $28,145.92. And so the account is growing. Between April and now, we're at 33,000 and some change prior to convention. So we add the 40,000 from the LECDA Solidarity group. Thank you so much. That should put us at 70,000 and counting, right? So at this point, there is no itemized, there's no itemized conclusion on May, because we're still in May and we're still carrying out the convention. As far as our savings account, we've been steady on $2,101, and so every month we have about 2 cents. So there's not much going on in our savings account. So this is what we have so far as the state of financial report for LECDA USA 2026.
All right, can you put your hands again? CFO Therese Provincial. I think she gave a very detailed one. So we're going to take, after the CEO asks that, we can take about 3 interventions.
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify the confusion and how we resolve the issue in Arizona and coming to Atlanta. At first, we had said that LECDA USA will partner with a chapter to host a convention. And after the convention in Arizona, where a lot of money was raised, it is always good to talk to experts. It became clear that somebody cannot donate money to LECDA USA and then you go cut part of it and give to a host chapter because they jointly sponsored. So there were some tax issues there. So we had to plead with LECDA Arizona and say, we're sorry, for tax purposes and to stay in line with the 501c, we cannot share money that they donate to LECDA USA and take the tax ID to file taxes. That is why we offer to pay off the entire sum to them. And then coming to Atlanta, we resolved that the safe thing to do will be for LECDA USA to pay for all the expenditure and then take all the donations that come into the convention. So I just wanted to clarify that. So for us to be on the safe side. So moving forward, that requirement to share the host date is not going to happen because we cannot take the donation and start sharing with the host chapter. One other thing I want to explain here, and I'm looking at the camera, please, if you pay your $50, if you make a donation, the spreadsheet that is put online, follow up and make sure that your name is there on your own part. That way, the only challenge we have is how the money is used. It shouldn't be that contribution got missing. I'm still saying this. Where accountability starts is when your name is out there on that list. If I were to be an accountant and I come to LECDA USA, I will say, where are the sources of your finances? They should be able to bring that spreadsheet and say, this is all the money we receive. That is where accountability starts. So if you pay your money and you don't bother whether it is published or not, that is where the problem starts. And I've been the CFO of this organization. At times, money can get missing. Not because somebody is careless. When you get busy, things can go wrong. And there are times that some people don't just follow instruction. You put the Zelle and cash up out there and somebody still come and give $50 cash into your hands. Some people say, CEO, no, I'm serious. Some people still get to me and then they send their money directly to me. So if I'm somebody who will not take that money and send to the account, that is where money can start getting missing. How do we stop that? When we publish the annual list, look at it and make sure that your money, your name is there. That way we can account for everything that comes in, and then we start asking, how did you spend it? That will be a lesser task. That will be my comment to that financial report.
I was just going to say, I mean, we've listened to the report, the financial report. Probably again in line with our hope to stay on time, please. If there are comments that people would like to make, some of them can be, if you know, this could be individual comments or private comments that we could send, we reserve those ones. But if there are questions that need clarification for the public consumption, please get those questions so that we can get those questions answered and then we can move on. And we probably should, I hate to limit time for money issues, but to the extent possible, we can limit this to about 10 minutes so we can be online and we'll really be nice.
So if you have any interventions, now it's 3:05, by 3:15 max, it will be over. Professor Zimmer. Oh, sorry, before I give up, there is an attendance list at the door. When you have chance, please sign it. It's very important for LECDA, Atlanta and LECDA General. Thank you. The list is out there.
Yeah, thank you very much for that report. It's good that we have this accountability at the end of every year, and I believe at the end of the administration there is also an audit because we have 501c. We have done that, so that is new. I know you won't do that, but just to reflect on development projects. When the name was changed from LECDA to LECDA, it was meant to address education, cultural, and other developmental issues, or other development issues in the BLM as a whole. I wonder if we can, after this many years, have the executives vote on allocations that go to education, and also that go to cultural and other parts of what makes the BLM function. This is important because when we write a proposal, a grant proposal, those are the kind of things that we highlight to get money. I know we are not writing grant proposals, but I'm one of the critics of LECDA in terms of how we raise money. There is a lot of money out there for development. We don't go out and raise that money. But if we prepare ourselves, we can push out our numbers and use to raise money. I
Prof, and others, I want us to limit this time to specifically to the financial report, the figures. I think when the CEO makes his address, and then there is the LECDA Hub presentation, we will have enough time to reflect on all these things that come up, plus the great suggestions that you're making. I just want the others to refocus us. Please let's concentrate these few minutes to just listening. If people know the way the figures were presented, if people have issues with that, and or if they think the figures didn't add up. So we're not going to answer your question now. Crave your indulgence for that. For your question will come later.
Yeah, we have 7 more minutes.
I just have a quick question. As a 401c, I would like 501c. I would like LECDA USA to present the account in the form of a balance sheet and a profit and loss statement. Please, thank you.
Well, I will let the CEO may answer that, but even this is not for profit, so you can talk about profit and loss.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I just want to add a little bit. Yeah, this is a non-profit organization, and we want to ensure that we are in compliance. Now, when we are giving the financial report, just as we gave, we did a great job anyway, but we expected it to have fundraising expenses. That could be an item where you lump them all together and tell us, without necessarily calling the names, what it was used for. The accountant auditing will look at that. Then you go into program, expenses, program expenses, legally, 65 to 75% of the expenses is expected to use on program. Then you now go again into administrative expenses. That is what I would suggest we do. That will help us. Then secondly too, just based on the experience, it would be a good thing that we have that continuity of doing our taxes. Because I remember when Pascal called me about 3 or 5 years ago, the organization was inactive. So we have to take it all over again. So the incoming executive, I would suggest that you are legally required to file what we call the information return. And that has to be timely. Thank you very much. I hear it.
Yeah, can you keep standing, please? Professor Sonny Akwalanda does the taxes for LECDA USA. He's been doing that for about 5 years now. So give a hand to him. So those suggestions he's giving are very critical so that you can be able to do the job even better. Thank you very much. We have 5 more minutes.
All protocol respected, my name is Bridget Aroko. Just to add to what my brother said over there, when he says the profit and loss, it's not that we are out to make a profit. As my friend Sonny is saying, I think the suggestion with the profit and loss is that you categorize our income by a category.
That's right.
We had a fundraiser, we had funds from member contributions. And then when you go to the expenses, okay, we spend this on it. The programs would be like we are helping the different condoms so that if we ever get audited, don't say we're well, if we ever get an audit, you're able to see that the funds we raise are going towards the programs that we are raising the funds for. So these are just suggestions to make sure our reporting helps us if the moment ever comes. Thank you.
Great, that is income and expenditure.
By the way, I'm not undermining all the expert accountants in the house. I appreciate you people, but I want to say something on the way the treasurer did that presentation. And thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. A lot of the LECDA members are not accountants. The way she presented it is simple for the layman to follow. This is month, this is what we had. This month, this is what we spent. This is what came in, this is what went out. So I want to thank you and give you a lot of credit for that to start with, because that makes it very easy for every lay person, man and woman, to understand what was happening. It's the way the traditional people want it to be. Now, what the experts are saying is also important in the sense that, right, you can also just add that as an addendum to this other spreadsheet. There can be another page that carries that. Because I want to say here that both are extremely useful, because I found the form that you presented extremely helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes. If I have one more person, that would be it. All right. Chief of Police. 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It's really wonderful to follow up with what my wonderful brother just said there about how the CFO presented the financial information, at least for each and every one of us to get a little understanding about it. But as we go along in terms of financial affairs, when the audit is done and anybody wants to see a copy, you will now see, as some of our brothers and sisters are referring to it as profit and loss. In the non-profit world, it's statement of activities. So when the audit is done, all of that will be taken care of, so that at any particular point in time, if there's a need or if it comes up that the IRS has to kind of look at our books, all of that will be in the audit report. And I think the CEO already has been working very hard to make sure that there's an audit report for this organization. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. That item is over. Chair,
It appears when the chief speaks, nobody else speaks, right? Traditionally, but I think I'm very happy with the comments. and I think I saw the CFO busy taking notes, as it would be, to make sure that not only are we able to communicate, but then when comes time for us to present things in the legal way, we will also have that. Because there are two purposes. There is a purpose for legality, and then there is a purpose for the audience to understand. The way it was presented, as we hear, the lay audience is very happy about it, but the experts are telling us we need to do the things that are done in order to be able to be in compliance. So thank you very much. I think that closes this chapter, unless the CFO has anything, to say. Great. Without much ado, I think we would now have to move to the next item on the agenda, which is the State of LECDA USA address by none other than the CEO himself. He is going to walk us through how this year has done, and tell us how are we as a state, are we healthy, are we unhealthy, and probably make some diagnosis, and then we'll get the doctors to work. So, Mr. CEO, please, the floor is yours. And again, no need to tell you you are a man of few words. I've always known you for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. The CEO, I've worked with him as a PORO, and this gentleman here, he is a dynamite, and he's very humble, respectful, steadfast. When he says he wants to do something, it's done. You can count, you can take his word to the bank. That's very important for anybody that is going to step into that seat. So one of my key principles is also that humility is not a sign of weakness. It's the key to open all doors without stepping on other people's toes. That is why I applaud him for his humility. Mr. CEO Pascal Chendam, put your hands together.
Thank you. I will beg to sit, not because I'm being disrespectful, especially to our chiefs, but since we don't have a podium, that will be the most comfortable position for me to present this speech. Thank you. Your Highnesses, notables, distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, chapter presidents, founder presidents, elders, invited guests, brothers and sisters of the BLM. Good afternoon. Every generation is remembered for one defining responsibility. For our generation, that responsibility is whether we will leave the BLM more united, more connected, more empowered, and better prepared for the future than we found it. Many of us here today grew up in a village where opportunities were limited, roads were difficult, communication was slow, and dreams often depended on leaving home. Yet, despite all those limitations, the BLM produced teachers, nurses, doctors, professors, entrepreneurs, and leaders across the world. Imagine what our children can achieve if we intentionally build the infrastructure and opportunities that many of us never had. This afternoon, as we gather once again under the banner of unity, identity, and development, I stand before you, humbled by the journey we've traveled together, and hopeful about the future that lies ahead for our beloved BLM. As I reflect on this journey since taking over as the CEO of LECDA USA in 2023, one thing becomes very clear to me. Building the BLM is not an event. It is a process. It is a sacrifice. It is a commitment that requires vision, patience, persistence, and collective responsibility. When we assumed office in 2023, we inherited the Agenda 28 vision proposed by Chief Afwe. After careful reflection and engagement with the BOT, we collectively agreed that the future we design for the BLM requires a long-term and more strategic blueprint. That is how Agenda 28 evolved into what we now proudly call the BLM Paradise Vision 2050. The decision was intentional. We understood that transforming the BLM would not happen overnight. We understood that no single administration, no single chapter, and no single generation could accomplish this task alone. We needed a vision large enough to unite generations, inspire long-term thinking, and mobilize sons and daughters of the BLM across the world. Since then, our focus has been to move this vision from mere words into action. Over the past 3 years, we have carried out sensitization efforts across different parts of the world to promote the BLM Paradise Vision. We engaged our brothers and sisters in Europe through LECDA EU. We attended meetings in Canada to present the vision. We engaged chapters and communities across the United States, both physically and remotely. Everywhere we went, the message remained the same. The future of the BLM demands the involvement of every son and daughter of our land. One of the most important decisions we made was to place the funds and traditional institutions at the center of this vision. During the Arizona Convention in 2025, we intentionally designed the convention theme and activities to honor our traditional rulers and create room for meaningful dialogue across the future of the BLM. For the first time in a long while, we created an opportunity for a conclave where funds, political leaders, and members of the diaspora elite could sit together and discuss the future of our land within the framework of the BLM Paradise 2050. That meeting produced important resolutions, including the need to revamp LECDA Cameroon so that a BLM Paradise Commission could eventually be formed to move forward with the blueprint of the vision. While the process is currently stalled because of difficulties in establishing LECDA Cameroon, the Arizona Convention still marked an important turning point. It demonstrated that when traditional leadership and diaspora work together, meaningful conversation about the future of the BLM becomes possible. Some challenges, brothers and sisters. We have continued strengthening our chapter and community engagement over the years. However, one reality becomes increasingly obvious. Building LECDA USA requires much more than waiting until convention season to collect annual dues. Building a strong organization requires constant engagement, sacrifice, communication, accountability, and leadership. One difficult reality we must confront, honestly, is that the active participation rate within LECDA USA remains very low compared to the thousands of sons and daughters of the BLM living across the United States. Yet, despite this limitation, a few committed individuals continue carrying the project, sustaining conventions, supporting solidarity efforts, and keeping the vision alive. Imagine what would happen if broader participation became our culture rather than our exception. One of the biggest challenges we continue to face at the BOT level is inconsistent participation from sub-chapter and fandom leadership. We must understand that LECDA USA cannot grow if a few individuals continue carrying the responsibility, while others remain passive observers. Another challenge is individuals accepting responsibilities that they may not truly have the time or capacity to fulfill. Since service to LECDA USA is voluntary and mostly done during our personal free time, commitment and availability matters greatly. As we continue with election and leadership transition, I humbly encourage everyone, if you know you are unable to perform a duty effectively, please do not accept the responsibility simply for title and prestige. Leadership must be about service, responsibility, and result. We've also witnessed some achievements. Despite the challenges, we have also recorded meaningful progress. One major success story has been the growth of LECDA Solidarity Group, formerly known as LECDA Life. through deliberate enrollment efforts, including the new CEO enrollment campaign, town hall meetings in Ohio and Boston, Zoom engagement with coordinators, presentation at funerals, community meetings, and special enrollment honoring our funds during the Arizona Convention, membership has more than doubled. As a result, the contribution per debt has dropped significantly from approximately $10 when we took over office to approximately $4 today. This achievement demonstrates the power of unity, participation, and collective responsibility. Beyond providing support to families during moments of loss, LECDA Solidarity Group has also evolved into one of the strongest pillars supporting the activities and sustainability of LECDA USA itself. This year alone, as we heard from the report, LECDA Solidarity Group has contributed approximately $40,000 to LECDA USA in support of our mission and organizational activities. This remarkable contribution did not happen by accident. It is a result of years of sacrifice, coordination, discipline, mobilization, and commitment by the administrators, coordinators, and members of LECDA Solidarity Group. I therefore want to extend profound appreciation to all the LECDA Solidarity Group administrators and the administrative assistants for their extraordinary sacrifice, leadership, and dedication in building and sustaining this program over the years. Let's give them another hand of applause. Their work has not only strengthened LECDA Solidarity among sons and daughters of the BLM during moments of grief, but also helped create a strong financial and organizational foundation for LECDA USA itself. We also made history by opening project submission to 17 fundoms of the BLM. 8 fundoms responded successfully, and some of the projects have already been completed with visible impact in their communities, while others are still in progress. This tells us one thing very important. When opportunities are created and communities are mobilized, development becomes possible. We have also continued supporting important community-based initiatives through the BLM partnership and collaboration with funding and development organizations on the ground. Among these efforts was our support toward LECDA and Wakudo Health Campaign in Cameroon, initiative that brought health outreach and medical attention closer to communities in need within the BLM. We also supported efforts toward the reopening of St. Augustine College, an institution that carries significant educational and historical importance for our people. This intervention may appear modest when viewed individually, but together they reflect an important philosophy behind the BLM Paradise Vision 2050. Our progress may sometimes appear slow, but every meaningful journey of transformation begins with deliberate steps, partnership, and sacrifice. We have also made significant progress towards strengthening the digital presence and visibility of LECDA USA through the development of LECDA USA website, which is over 80% complete. For many years, one major challenge we faced as an organization was the absence of a strong digital platform to properly showcase our people, culture, activities, project, history, and achievement to the world. Today, that is gradually changing. In many ways, this website represents the digital rebirth of the BLM identity in the diaspora. As we continue refining and expanding the website, we hope it will become an important digital home for sons and daughters of the BLM across the world and the value tool for future generations. Now I address the convention signature project. I'm sorry, I have to be long. My brothers and sisters, we arrived at one of the most important conversations of this year's convention: internet connectivity and digital transformation in the BLM. The idea of internet connectivity was introduced during the Arizona Convention. In Atlanta, we are taking the vision further because we strongly believe that connecting the BLM to the world is no longer optional. It is necessary. Our proposal to establish 3 internet hubs across the 3 subdivisions of the BLM is not simply about computers or Wi-Fi. It is about opportunity. It is about our children access to digital education and online learning. It is about supporting telemedicine and improving healthcare access. It is about entrepreneurship, research, innovation, and global communication. It is about ensuring that a child sitting in the BLM can compete with a child sitting anywhere else in the world. The world is changing rapidly. Technology is shaping economies, education, healthcare, communication, and governance. If the BLM remains disconnected, we risk leaving another generation behind. This is why I continue to say that internet connectivity is not a luxury. It is infrastructure for the future. As part of this initiative, our vision is to establish 3 fully functional internet hubs. One is each subdivision in the BLM with approximately 50 internet-enabled computer stations per hub, powered by reliable connectivity solutions such as Starlink technology. Our goal is to begin lay the operational foundation for the first phase immediately following this convention through fundraiser, partnership, technical planning. The Atlanta team will continue presenting more details regarding this initiative and the implementation strategy. But tonight, I want to challenge all sons and daughters of the BLM to embrace this project as a collective responsibility. The BLM Vision 2050 will not be achieved through speeches. It requires participation, sacrifice, innovation, accountability, and unity. We may not achieve everything immediately, but we must continue planting seeds for the future generation. Because the future of the BLM is something we inherit. It is not something we build. At this junction, I have some institutional changes recommendation that I'm tabling to the Assembly. And one of them will be with regards to LECDA Solidarity Group. After serving this organization over the past 3 years and working closely with the LECDA Solidarity Group administrator, it became increasingly clear that succession criteria for administrators are not sufficiently defined within our bylaws. Following the discussion with both the administrators and the BOT, I respectfully submit the following recommendation for consideration. Replace 2 LECDA Solidarity Group administrators this year, in addition to one that was replaced in 2023, and continue with the process of replacing 1 administrator each year beginning next year until the pioneer administrators are gradually transitioned. This staggered process provides room for new leadership to be introduced into the administration while gaining the necessary experience and continuity as older administrators gradually transition out. The current term of the LECDA Solidarity Group administrator will remain 5 years, renewable once. 2, ensure that any new administrator appointed or elected is someone already familiar with the operation of LECDA Solidarity Group, preferably someone currently serving as a group coordinator or actively involved in the program. The second submission, LECDA USA operational support. One major lesson I have personally learned over the past 3 years is that the office of the CEO of LECDA USA increasingly functions like a full-time responsibility, mobilizing people, coordinating activities, engaging stakeholders across continent, fundraiser, conflict resolution, communication, and sustaining momentum requires enormous time, energy, and resources. For this reason, I believe the Assembly should seriously consider empowering the BOT to establish an operational budget structure that can assist the office of the CEO in effectively carrying out the work of the mobilization and bringing sons and daughters of the BLM across the world together. I feel the need to make this recommendation that will make the administration easy for my successor. I must say, this office comes with a lot of responsibility. People are scared to come because they don't want to spend. It is huge. The third recommendation, I'm formally proposing both LECDA USA and LECDA Solidarity Group undergo independent audit. Since my time serving as a CFO of LECDA USA and since the inception of LECDA Life, now LECDA Solidarity Group, neither entity has undergone a formal audit process. This proposal is not driven by suspicion, but by commitment to transparency, accountability, and institutional credibility. If we truly aspire to achieve the BLM Paradise vision, we must continue strengthening public trust through sound governance and good organizational practices. The frequency and framework for subsequent audits should be clearly defined before the end of this convention. It is not good for an organization to go this long without an audit. Appreciation. I want to begin this appreciation section by expressing my profound gratitude to my wife. Miss Etienne Kadisia, whom I often describe as the BLM First Lady. A title she does not always like, but one that reflects the enormous role she has played throughout this journey. For my years serving as the CFO of LECDA USA up to this present moment as CEO, she has remained a constant source of encouragement, patience, understanding, and support. The office of the CEO of LECDA USA comes with enormous demands, sacrifices, late night meetings, constant communication, travel, emotional pressure, and countless hours away from family. Over the years, I've come to realize that successfully serving in this office is never an effort of one individual alone. It takes an entire family making sacrifices behind the scene. Public service to community organizations often demand silence. Sacrifices from spouses and family who rarely receive public recognition. Yet, they carry the significant portion of the burden. To my wife, thank you for standing beside me throughout this journey. One other person is not here, Professor Michael Demanu, but I want to also recognize him for his support. Constitutionally, former CEOs are supposed to stay in the board for 1 year and then transition. But Professor Demanu has been there for me all 3 years until last week. Great appreciation to my board of trustees, especially those who spend countless time with me. There are 23 board members. I hardly had a meeting with 12 board members, but some are always there. And this is an opportunity. What they might say CEO, but I think the success we witness here is not the work of an individual, but it was the work of a team. Not forgetting all our donors, those who pay the annual dues and make significant contribution to LECDA USA. To the incoming administration, I do not hand over a perfect organization. I'm handing over a growing vision, a stronger foundation, and the people who are gradually beginning to believe again in what is possible for the BLM. Protect this vision, improve on it, expand it, and most importantly, keep our people united. As I conclude this afternoon, I want to sincerely thank the Board of Trustees again, our funds who are not here, but represented by the traditional rulers, chapter president, forum presidents, the hardworking administrators, coordinators, and members of LECDA Solidarity Group, our donors, volunteers, and every son and daughter of the BLM would believe in this executive and our vision. The road ahead may not be always easy, but I remain convinced that the future of the BLM can be brighter than its past if we remain united and committed. Years from now, future generations may not remember every speech we gave or every meeting we held, but they will live with the consequences of the decision we make today. Let us therefore remain unity. Let us therefore choose unity over division, vision over complacency, and sacrifice over indifference. Let history say that this generation of sons and daughters of the BLM refused to give up on its people. Let us move from vision to action. Let us move from ideas to implementation. Let us move from division to collaboration. Let us move from isolation to connectivity. And together, let us continue building the BLM paradise we dream about for generations to come. Thank you so much, and may God bless the BLM.
I think we should all stand and give the CEO a standing ovation. Yeah. Mr. CEO, even though you thought the speech was long, but it wasn't. I think it just reflected the scale of our problems with proposals. And you can all see it. And the clarity with which you deliver the speech with the suggestions on how we can improve ourselves. And I think there has been a slight modification on the agenda. The BLM Internet Hub, I'm told that that should be moved to the evening. Is that so, Ms. Shepard? Okay, if it's that, then this here is really the convention. And I would really like to allow people the time to react to what we have heard. And if we can react to what we have heard, then we can also lay the groundwork, you know, and the platform for the next incoming executive to really take it up from there, leading up from some of those things that are extracted from this proposal. After this, there will be the keynote that will be delivered. And I was kind of like conflicted about just getting the keynote delivered and then we open deliberations together. But knowing that the keynote, this here is the chef there, the CEO of the organization, telling you about the state of organization. And the keynote is an outsider who is looking at some real, looking at whatever vision is going to present to us. I thought it may not be so ideal to conflict the two. Yeah. Probably that is my suggestion as chair, as the co-chair, so that we can probably discuss this, the things that the CEO has actually, points that he's raised here. And then we get the right. So again, yeah. So please, the only way to move this faster is if somebody says something you already wanted to say, then or had in mind, then just let us move on. So I think now, we are agreeing that we should discuss, open the floor for deliberation of the CEO's, remarks, state of the organization. Correct? Yeah. All right. So I thought maybe I owed Professor Nzengo, he had actually started a comment or issue that he raised, and I did actually crave his indulgence to move that to the appropriate, time, which is now. Maybe now to state your comment in light of what you have now had the CEO, put forward, and then the moderator can go from there. We can finish that up and then go to the keynote.
Thank you very much, Chair. So after Professor Nzengo, the next thing will proceed directly to the suggestions that the CEO made. He will go one by one and we will vote nay or nay. If we have to modify everything, we'll do that right away. That should take us a very short time.
I think, no, Mr. Moderator, I think we should let the floor react. So that because when they react, then the CEO, as he humbly said, there were his recommendations.
somebody in reaction may need him to either maintain or modify it so we don't go back and forth. So that's why we're taking it in that order. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
So we are limiting the how much time do we give to this exercise?
So my goal would be, again, this is the convention. I would hate to probably be able to limit the time, but I want us to see if we can get 30 minutes. If we can do it in 30 minutes, that would be fine. But if we cannot and we have to extend it, we would have no choice but to extend and to do it, because this is the only one time we meet in a year.
That's right.
And I like to hear from people who have made the sacrifice to be here if they have ideas.
Yeah, that sounds good. While Mr. Professor Nzemu will go, I will be putting this, there's some paperwork from the keynote speaker. I will put on the various tables so you can explore that place. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. CEO. I really like your vision. I like your frankness. You put a lot of hard work into this. I don't know how many people here have served on the board of trustees or have been former CEOs. But if you have, you know what that speech was all about. It is about an organization that the people love to hate. I am saying so in my own right as former CEO of LECDA USA. I did make quite some significant changes that were not popular, and I got a lot of heat for it. That is why I disappeared from this organization for years. Those who know me as a very assertive person, and I don't shy away from it. Mr. CEO, thank you for raising that point about LECDA USA and the funders. Very important. You see, as a 501c, when you put out requests for funding to UN, philanthropists, and everybody else, they ask you, how many people are you impacting? How many people are you impacting? Guess what we have done over the years? When I arrived this country about 4 decades ago, Chief, you know our number, right? Very small number. Over the years, we started with LECDA, and then we started splitting up. There are many levels of what we are doing here. Some funders have become more powerful than the umbrella organization. How do we solve that? The CEO is expected to interact with all the other funders and the village and the funders and the family meetings. How do you do that when you have a steady job? This is my proposal, okay? I don't want to criticize and leave it at that. We take it or we don't take it, I don't really. You know, I'm older, so I can say things now that I would not say previously. The issue, let me take the first issue. LECDA being relevant in the face of funders, chiefdoms, what else? Family meetings. The way we become relevant is we take projects and we use those projects to bring in everybody. One of those projects that I have suggested years back was a water project. Water is a big issue in the BLM. I mean, I don't mean water to drink. We have a lot of water in the BLM, but it's not piped home water. What if we started and used the topography of the BLM, gravity to move water all the way down from Ndungatep to Mundani to Menji and Wenchen. Topography, because it's running down the hill. You can put catchments in multiple high points and run that water down. I am not an expert in that, but I know that there are the BLM engineers who work on water projects. I only treat water so that people can drink. Dr. Foducha, you are sitting there, you know what I'm talking about. What if, so I'm taking long, okay? What if we take a road project that starts from our boundaries with the Western Province and drive all the way down to Manfred? We are not going to go anywhere with development unless we are able to drive and bring things, goods into Liberia. If not, we are wasting our time. I hate to tell you all that you are wasting your time if you think that you are going to use Chang Road to develop Liberia. It's not going to work. The way you do it, you connect yourself to ECOWAS. ECOWAS is the Enugu Bamenda Trans-African Highway. You connect to that, you see what happens to Liberia. Lastly, I talked about the CEO being overwhelmed. I think we need a secretariat. We need for the CEO to have somebody who is assisting them, and that position should be paid. Are you back?
All right, just a little bit of housekeeping. This exercise started at 3:45, and we have 45 minutes. And before I leave the high table there to do interventions, but for what concerns the road project, we discussed some of that in the BOT. The Cameroon government has certain projects that they said are national, and they will not let you do it, which is funny, but you can't even touch those roads. They say, no, it's for national, and they don't do anything on it. So I just wanted people to understand that one when you start talking about those highways.
Yeah, I think, are there any comments, other comments on the floor? I don't want to get from the timetable. I think 1, 2, 3, yeah. If we all have comments, please let us raise our hands so we know how many comments we have. That is 5, 6, 7. So we have, give and take, that's 8. All right, I'll just say +2. We're looking to get 10 comments. Please make sure your comment, if you can make it as short as possible and straight to the point, it would allow for the CEO or any other person else to react, and then we can eventually go to resolutions, which is the key thing that we want to take out from that. Yeah, Mr. Kwame, please.
Oh, sorry, this is Dr. MC. I just wanted to go through the different suggestions that the CEO mentioned so that we can target our comment to those recommendations and not spend time on other things. So the first recommendation, he said you recommend that the 2 administrators for the LECDA Solidarity group be replaced today, and that we should adopt for a 1 administrator to be replaced every year until the current administrators are all replaced, and maintain the 5-year renewable ones rule that is already in place. The second recommendation I got was create a professional budget for LECDA USA's Office of the CEO. And the third recommendation was for us to adopt for LECDA USA and LECDA Solidarity Group to undergo a professional audit and to suggest the frequency and manner of audit going forward. And I think that is what I got. If there is something missing, the CEO can clarify so that we can target our comments on those. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the chair wanted other reactions, and then we'll take that as the last item.
So that is from the office of the rapporteur, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
the rapporteur, it's not a comment, they're just reorienting us. So if somebody got something else that they want to target or discuss on some of those items, you can probably target it.
Okay, 1 minute at maximum, please.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I just want to emphasize that there's one thing that we need to be able to iron out. That would be my suggestion. We can say all we can do here, but if we do not have that commitment, there's a problem. My observation has been, if the president says, or the CEO overwhelmed, we need to be honest and candid. My honesty here, even though I appreciate each and every one that I've said, but I've noticed that when we come in here, we elect the people disappear. You only see the CEO working. I have seen it number of times. So I would suggest that if there's any other way that we can do it for that commitment, that would be wonderful. That is my first point. The second point is the point that the CEO mentioned about external auditing. I would suggest, based on the funding and the money that we have, based on the taxes that I do, I would suggest that as of now, we might not need an external auditor. We need an internal auditor just to look at the books because of the income threshold. Then the third aspect that I want to put here is very simple. We have people of timber and caliber here. How can we do to write funding? We have people among us that do funding, millions. I have people coming to my office that just go to the embassy with funding and they have 300, 400, especially the Arabs. This is a secret. They come in and they just ask me to compile certain documents. They go to those embassies and they generate a lot of money. This is an avenue that we can start thinking about it. But in order to do that, please, with all due respect, everything has to be defined. There is no non-profit organization that they will ask you for an interview and say, no, we remove the money from our pocket. It is already suspicious, casting it out. The point I'm trying to make is there have to be an administrative bucket, which involves the secretary, the secretariat. So I want to hear it. I just wanted to give an advice, and I want to thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see the CEO is noting that. Dr. Fatima.
Thank you. Protocol respected. I rise to say that take a little bit of issue with what my brother Mr. Palambo just said regarding the audit. The first step towards raising money and being a credible organization is to have an independent, certifiable audit by somebody, a firm out there that you pay money, whether it's $2,500 or whatever they charge, to have that certificate on your website that says that an external body has looked at your books and that you're doing everything according to the bylaws and the IRS regulations. That goes a long way. That's the first step if you have to write proposals to solicit money from anywhere. Let's not kid ourselves. I can't believe that after 25 years, since I go back 25 years when my friend and brother Chief Afro came to Atlanta, we had the first convention here in Atlanta, and we were talking about audits and trying to build credibility so we can go outside of ourselves to look for money. Our $50 that we contribute individually, as great as that is, it has brought us this far. It's not going to help us with the rest of what we envision to do. So, like you rightly said, there's a lot of money out there, but the first step is making sure that you get that certification, that your books and you're doing everything the right way. That's the first thing. The second thing that I want to recommend is that we cannot sit here today in all seriousness and still be talking about our website not being fully functional. That is our reflection. That was our image to the world. How is it that we don't have a functioning website as of today? And I think we have a lot of young people in our midst, IT technicians, that can put a website in 1 day or 2 days with all the information that we have. So I would recommend seriously that we focus on these 2 items and get them done. If we do nothing else, if we get these 2 done, it gives the proposal writers a place to go start looking for how to get us more money. I'll leave it at that.
So the rapporteurs, I think we're hearing on the list of things, a functional website that is paid for and managed, right?
Absolutely.
We get, so that the professional functional website. And of course, just focusing, I mean, like the
audit.
CEO already talked about the audit and the real reason behind it.
Okay, please limit to 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you. Protocol respected. I just want to dig back on a few things. My name is LECDA Solidarity. Having served in the BOT at some point with Fomeche, I can sympathize with the work that the CEO and the team have done. There was one thing that surprised me, which I want to piggyback on. The CEO talked about 23 members of the BOT. And I just wish all the 23 members were here present and will recognize them. And if they could come with 1 or 2 family members, I think this hall will be full. Can we, as a General Assembly, set an expectation that if anybody accepts to serve in the BOT, at least they owe the General Assembly the duty to be present at every General Assembly at a minimum, if not, send a note to explain why they could not make it. Secondly, I was very impressed by some of the posts in the last few weeks highlighting different fundams, and I hope we can take that initiative a step further. Think about a House of Delegates, whereby each of these fundams, if they expect to get anything out of LECDA USA, they should have delegates that effectively participate and ensure participation from the various fundams. Otherwise, there will always be that feeling of disequilibrium, which is not helpful in building cohesion as we move forward. So those are my 2 little comments. Thank you.
Awesome. With that, I want to recognize Honorable Pauline Nimbo over there. At one point, she was the alternate parliamentarian for BLM. She is from Wabale, Amango. And before that, for decades, at least 2 decades I know, it has always been Chief James Afoe right here, who has been in LECDA ambassador all the time. So the point that Dr. Rocco is making is very important, because we need to start seeing more participation from other funders. That's the idea. Thank you very much.
From the speech that our outgoing CEO just made, my comment will only be, I know in Arizona, we brought 5 funds here. What we can do to grow this organization will be to reach out to the funds. What are they doing to reach out to, we say we probably have about 10,000 elements here in the United States. Each of the funds, they should reach out to their subjects, presidents of those groups, and really have them commit to have their members attend this organization. If they need some money for us from development, they need to also be committed. They came here, they went back, and look at the hall right now. So if we have those funds, really promise us that they're working hard. I think when we meet in California, the hall will be full. Thank you.
Awesome. You know, The government leads California and they're hosting next year, so that's very important. Next will be
May Wanja and then Dr. Pamela.
Thank you. I think I'm suggesting that the General Assembly should empower the CEO and the executive to replace those absentee members in case they don't perform. I'm the president of an organization too, so I feel the pain. At the end, they elect everybody, we sit here, they are congratulating you. When you get and start working, your agenda is not moved forward because almost every executive member stays back. You have to take minutes in the meeting, you have to be able to call this person that's supposed to call you, then they still expect you to perform. So if the General Assembly can empower the CEO to replace inactive members, not necessarily coming to a convention to do an election, it's going to be helpful to move. You just have to prove to the General Assembly that this member has been inactive. And then you go ahead and replace that member. We'll put a mechanism. We have a constitution that we can modify.
So I think, how many more hands, please? We have 3 more hands, okay.
And we have 9 minutes, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My comment is going to align with the sentiment that's already shared here regarding the BOT and the nominations. We have to be very, very candid to ourselves. Some of us have served in this organization for 4 decades. To take a responsibility as an administrator or as a BOT member and not fulfill those roles is really, really a terrible thing to do. So I'm going to add to what Mr. Wanja said. The CEO should be empowered to dismiss those who are not meeting up with their responsibility, and the constitution should be amended. I want to add to the role of the CEO of LECDA USA. That role requires somebody who's a community builder. Please, Assembly, we cannot sit here and think that the position of a CEO of LECDA USA should be somebody who show up at the convention. This should be somebody who's already in the community and working for the community. This is somebody who already have their own funding and they are having a pivotal role in managing their own funding. This is not somebody that's going to show up at the convention this year and wants to be elected. We have to be very, very careful. Because what Mr. Pascal Etiendem has done and where he has taken this LECDA USA, it will be very, very challenging for anyone to go into that shoes and wear them the way that he has. We said, Mr. Etiendem told us that there are 23 board members, but yet no meeting has been more than 12 members. So this assembly should give him, the CEO, not him, he's exiting, the CEO the right to terminate board members who are not working for the BLM people, because it makes absolutely no sense for us to sit here and vote people in and they are not doing what they are supposed to do. I yield for now.
Thank you very much. I think we have 1 and 2 and we're done.
Yeah, thank you so much. All protocol respected. The CEO mentioned a suggestion about replacing or phasing out the administrative. We look at the hall here. We don't have so many people in the hall. I just feel like they should leave it for the administrator of LECDA Life to stay there until when they are tired. And then that is a suggestion. That is a suggestion I give you. Please, can you be quiet and listen to my suggestion? I don't want people to be making unnecessary comments when somebody is talking. Please.
That's very important, please. Every suggestion that has been made, unless it is adopted as a resolution, it's a suggestion. So let us get all these suggestions out of the way.
Yes.
So out of that, then we can take what we want to take, modify, and then take, and then we adopt what we need.
Thank you, Doc. I don't need unnecessary comment. My reason for saying that is because Look at the hall. They said, the CEO said I have 23 yesterday, but only about 12 of them attend. They will come now and get an administrator that the person will not even show up. The person will not do the job that they are doing. But if there are people committed to do the job, they should let them do it and let them do it the best they can do. Thank you. I just have that short comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have 3 minutes left.
Thank you very much. I'm going to use less than 3 minutes. Oscar, I have 1 minute. Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Tionel Pascal for everything that he's done. And following the suggestions that he posted and the membership of the BLM USA, I would strongly say that he offers 17 funders, projects, and only 8 were ready to do anything to collect the $4,000. Where are the 8? Do we know where are they here? Exactly why we're here. Thank you.
Yeah, he's the CFO of LECDA USA.
No, he is the CEO. He's here, he's the vice CEO, but he's here
Yes,
his capacity.
that's correct.
CEO
That's correct. That's
LECDA.
correct. That's correct. We have the last person, and then we'll go to voting on those suggestions.
Thank you very much. I just want to talk here on absolutism. The thing that we have here is what is right, what is wrong is wrong. And if we maintain what is right, the people will trust us. But if we don't know what is right, the people lost the confidence and they don't come. Like when I listened to the recommendation that he gave, he stated that a member of legal life should be there 5 years renewable ones. 5 years renewable ones, that is 10 years. And that is absurd in a democratic way. That is absurd. You cannot keep somebody there for 10 years. And then we go around, we put some other strategies behind to limit people from coming ahead to participate. And we don't have people here. Why are they not here? Because of the limit that we put there. Like saying that somebody has to have worked maybe in a group or be an organization, all of that. I think that those are limitations that we are giving people who can actually work.
Well, we'll be proceeding to those demonstrations, but just a statement on what.
Please, can you get back the microphone for 30 seconds to the former speaker? Sorry, I can know your name, please. Do you have specific comments in terms of the length of time, or maybe your suggestion?
Yeah, I believe that in clear terms, maximum should be 4 years.
Is it maximum 4 years renewable ones or 2 years renewable ones?
If it has to be renewable, it should be 3 years renewable ones. Some should be up to 6 years.
So some up to 6 years. So you are making a suggestion of instead of the 5 years renewable should be 3 years renewable, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted us to get.
Yes, that's what
in line with what the CEO did. He gave some suggestions. Yeah. I think there's a last another hand, before Mr. Ernest, did you have a comment? Yeah. So
this is Houston.
Yes, this is Houston. I'm not speaking on this topic. I just want to make sure that there is a chapter report, because I was sent here by Houston, Texas. So there should be a room for you to hear our cry. We deal with our own problem.
That is, we're very happy that you brought that up, and we have to accept that we actually missed that on the agenda.
No, we don't have it on the agenda.
Sorry, it was supposed to be yesterday, was moved today, and we forgot to incorporate it in the agenda.
So was it done yesterday?
No, it was moved to today.
Okay, so if it was not done to yesterday, how many chapters are we going to allow that as a whole, as the assembly, which I think is a very relevant thing to do. So could we, as you agree, to get a 15 minutes period to get the chapter report before our keynote speaker speak after we're done with this?
Yes.
Okay, good. So,
Gaza Media.
Yeah, let me stand.
Yeah, after that, it looks like there's the last comment on this issue will go to the chief, who also had his hand up.
Thank you. I just want to touch a little bit on this project about the 8 funders that received award from LECDA USA. I sent out a communique because I had Gaza Media had a memorandum of understanding with LECDA USA to monitor and report on this project. I've sent out a communique for the president of this 8 funders to contact Gaza Media so that we can continue to report on those projects. I think Dr. Joe Potan talked about credibility. Somebody mentioned about websites which fall under media. In order to project an organization on what they are doing as an independent media, that you should report all these things. It's very unfortunate that all about, I think 4 funders have been able to communicate with Gaza Media. It's really very painful with the work that we do, that you have to maybe find out individuals, send communicate and are not responding to you. And when I see here that they have received money, it is really very difficult that people will receive money, then they cannot even correspond to somebody or an independent person that has been hired by the organization to do this kind of reporting. So I'm saying here on live camera that if any of the president of any of these 8 funders that is watching me right now, please, our phone lines are open, reach out to us with all the necessary information that we have requested so that we should be able to complete this report and people should be able to maybe support this organization, realize this 2050 vision. Thank you.
Okay.
For Tonga, His Royal Highness will be the last that will move on to adoption of the suggestions.
Thank you, sir. My name is Chief Otonga. I just want to first express my sincere gratitude to the CEO, Mr. Pascal Tiendem. He happened to be my mate in school. You've done a marvelous job. You have done an excellent job. I happen to be the younger brother of Professor Ngezem Eugene, who was the CEO. And I saw firsthand what it takes to run such an organization. He had to create special friends like doctors sitting there who were always with him on the phone. And sometimes I wonder why and when he will eat. And this brings me to the idea that if we can do something significant financially to the CEO so that they can be able to handle this task with some ease, and instead of creating a position for the secretary, we just give him that so that he can choose who to help him. It might be his wife or whoever to him as long as the work is going well. Secondly, I want to appreciate the fact that we've opened this discussion today, because I'm going to take home to Mongbin one thing. In Mongbin, $4,000 were disbursed.
Dollars, you mean?
$4,000. Sorry, $4,000.
Just making sure that by the time we left there and got the Cameroon, they had not become taxed.
Right, thank you. $4,000 was disbursed for a project in Mongbin. It was highly appreciated. All over Mongbin Culture and Demonstration, LECDA USA name was ringing.
from the start to the end. However, we can't find the precedent here. And I didn't think about that until you guys said it. I also want to echo what Professor Nzengong said. The way to sensitize is bringing projects to the people. And that idea in Long Beach, if you talk about LECDA USA, so many people are aware of it. Because we expanded, we sent our hands to the founder, and they're excited. I want just to thank everybody. Thank you for giving me this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Before I hand over maybe the CEO may have some comments before we take the resolution. But let me, as a chair, please reflect on a few things. Number one, when I heard, I think it was it Kim or was it Kim, or was it one of our notables say that maybe we should get back to the funds and ask them, to maybe encourage their people to attend LECDA. Unfortunately, I'm a stranger, and I have to look into the camera to say our funds are the problem. Okay? Our funds are the problem. They are not the solution. Part of the challenge of the CEO here, of LECDA here, is really the problem, is really caused by whom? It's not caused by here. Because every fund actually is more interested in making sure that maybe their fund-up organization, thrive, rather than looking at the big picture of what Professor Nzengong was saying, which was to say, how can each fund-up, how can the BLM as a whole thrive? It is about my fund-up. And that is why then you get to the villages, to the fund-ups, then the problem replicates itself. The chiefs want their chiefdoms to thrive, and not the general fund-up. And this is the reason why you can go to some of the chiefdoms or some of the fund-ups. Some have raised a lot of money and have attended some of these conventions. And then you see many of these conventions, actually some of the fund-up conventions raise 3 times more money than LECDA. It's almost as if you have a body that the hand is now bigger than the body. I mean, that's really sad, because to reflect on what Professor Nzengong is saying, just imagine that we just had a database and say, okay, we are the catchment area of the BLM that we are asking you to, for this particular project, to have an impact on is 500,000 people. If you go and put your application for a 500,000 people project, and somebody puts an application for a 50,000 people project, guess who the donor are going to sponsor? 500. But there is a way that we can do a win-win, situation. We can actually come in a way that when this organization, when this project is actually raised, if we actually were functioning appropriately, all of these representatives of the chiefdoms or fund-doms will all sit down, and they would have to actually think about, when we get this money, how is it going to be utilized in order for everybody to have benefit. I'll take a second example. A couple of years ago, and I bring this up just so later, Mr. CEO, you can probably take this as part of the recommendations. The Kudu USA had a similar problem like this. At some point, they broke up and created committees, headed by professional committee. There is a road infrastructure committee headed by an engineer. The medical committee headed by, medical professionals. And I'm focusing on the healthcare, so we get to make the point. They started doing what we call a health campaign. And I don't want to bore you about going back and let that campaign for some time. But when that campaign started in Leban cannot be healthy if Allah is not healthy. Leban cannot be healthy if Lobo is not healthy, if Asada is not healthy. And so that is an illusion. So when they started doing that, the first year was in Chan, where our people were. The second year was in Leban. Then the third year, we actually, when for Jumeirah came in, But then I think that ran for 2 years, but I was shocked. You know, like this year, instead of me seeing more fundums coming in, it's now back to just the bank, and then the SOTA is doing its own little thing here. And then maybe Lubo will go and do their own little thing here. Maybe I'm not sure why for Jupiter, you know, it's like they're going to do their own little thing here. I mean, it's almost like self-sabotage. So I'm saying we need to rethink in a way that we need to be able to have an effective collaboration and an effective cohabitation. Okay? None of us actually chose to belong in that place. And even if you take all the roads in the back, if there is no road in the wall, how do you get there? So I think as we begin to think, please let us sit back and reflect on this. And the one thing I would say is, you know, remember, Mr. CEO, at some point when we sat here and we're contributing this money, this $50 or whatever that we donate, we heard that somebody took the name of LECDA Cameroon and went to the ministry and collected 120 million CFA. And I'm quoting this because it's not rumor, it's something that is official. That money was collected in the name of LECDA. And if we continue to say we are a branch of that LECDA organization, all right, and you cannot manage, and the 120 million disappeared in thin air, how do you then convince a lot of people here to be able to do the work? I mean, to continue to donate the money. So these are the problems. So that said, I want to put it to submit here that in addition to maybe thinking about creating committees, independent committees, we should really, that should run some of the organizations of, parts of the organization of LECDA USA. I think LECDA USA should really think about how it can have its own agent back in there, and probably I'm almost at the time of a name change, where our organization is separate from whatever nonsense they are doing back at home. Please permit pardon my language here, but I think it is very apt, so that we don't continue to drag dead weight. We continue to respond to the needs of the people, of our people who are actually depending on us. And so to that, I would really think about us getting our own development agent or whoever who is going to be responsible for our projects, and let us do our things independently and collaborate with whoever wants to collaborate with us. And that collaboration has to be a healthy collaboration. So those are the few comments that I would have. Actually, somebody already made mention of the term limit for this, for the administrator. Probably, frankly, sometimes when you do something and you're doing it very well, if you overstay your visit, they say a good party goer needs to know when to leave the stage, right? So that we can actually probably look at it. I think 10 years is too much. I think 4 years maximum. You get 2 years, and then you get another 2, and then you go for, you should check out. One of the things that we have to do is, if we are not able to ensure to sit back and help the people who come after us to grow, then we are a dying organization, right? So those are my comments before I will hand over the mic to the CEO, and then he can make his comments, and then we can take resolutions and then move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Put your hands together for the co-chair, please. Yeah, before the CEO steps in, the things that Dr. Edmund said are very important. How do we transform the development of the other condoms to become a positive thing and not a curse? There's a way to do that. Number one is that we can suggest that the next administration hold regular meetings exclusively with the CEOs of all the condoms. That way they devise a strategy on how to connect. Because if like the project we just did now, if we want to make the Building Paradise to Vision 2050 to succeed, we have to find a way to partner with those condoms. If they have grown to that level, that should be positive to LECDA USA. Tap into it. But how do you do that? You have to coordinate and cajole all those CEOs of the various condoms to do that. For example, one aspect that I had discussed with CEO is the database of the million people in the USA. LECDA will not do that. What you do is you have the condoms to do the database that the Kudo is starting to do one. Then you use that, tap into that and know how many million people and all the categories you want, and use that to develop ourselves. So let's use that as a good thing, the development of other condoms as a good thing and not a curse. So that's what I wanted to suggest before I hand over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will start with the proposal or the comment from the committee chair. You know, at times it's not good to sign up on people without trying them. One thing we must understand is to give this idea that LECDA USA or any diaspora organization is some sort of superpower, that people can just relax in Cameroon and then you bring development, fly over the Atlantic Ocean and go deliver it. Because we have people in Cameroon even more wealthy than some of us here. And so it is good to try to work with them. When it fails, then you know that it has failed, then you adopt the strategy that Dr. Folfa is talking of. Actually, when we met in Arizona, one of the landmark resolution was that the fund will go back and fund LECDA Cameroon. I'm not going to call the name of a particular fund here, but a few of them reached out to me and said, hey, what about this year's convention? I said, talk to the president. You people have an agenda to go build LECDA Cameroon so we can have a solid base that we tag team with the diaspora to work. It was agreed that every year they will send a fund to represent, but I don't think the BOT, even talk less of the rest of the BLM people, wants to see you here without that assignment done. And so I'm not going to take any fund. Trust me, they are worried. There is none of them here, but if I tell you that they are okay with it, then I'm lying. So if it comes to that, we'll do it. But it's always good to try something and it fails. I don't want on the face of it to just say, we want to bypass LECDA Cameroon. Talking about Dr. Fortu Chang and Professor Sonny, again, all the suggestions that you give, at times you give your suggestion, you feel like it's good, but I spoke about external audit, and I think in all honesty, we'll go with external audit, looking at your recommendation. The BOT is sitting here, and even myself, when they say you have succeeded, it doesn't mean that you are a superhuman being. A good leader only reflects the people under leadership because you feed the individuals with ideas to go achieve. For the past 3 years, I don't think there is any BLM son or daughter that can point at me and say, I advise you to do this and you did not hear. I'm a good listener. And I think the good job I have done is not because I'm a superman, it's because I listen to people. Please, if you have something to say to me, to the BOT, don't wait for convention. Reach out to the executive. And that will be taken note of. And we'll do things that we all will be proud of. Again, Dr. Fortu Chang spoke about credibility and the website. Trust me, when it comes to LECDA USA, I wrote down here that you have to crawl before you walk. An organization that is struggling to get credibility among even its own members, you hardly go out there and even get credibility. And I think we are beginning to crawl. And maybe in the next 1 year or two, we'll start walking. What does that mean? It means we'll take ourselves to the level where even before you go out for funding, you will be able to say, this is what we have been doing. Or this is what we have in our bank account and we just need this to come and add to it. with funding that puts you at a better place than somebody with no track record coming to do anything. Dr. Hillary, thank you for calling the BOT members who are not here, suggesting House of Delegates. The only thing I will say here is that most of us don't even know how we have the 23 members that we have here. Because all bottom presidents are automatically members of the BOT. And then the assembly only elects 5. So I will tie this even with Mr. Wenja, who proposed that they can sack. If somebody is elected as the founder president and they are sitting there as a founder president at the DOT and they decide not to attend a meeting, you can sack them at the board, but you will not sack them as the founder president. And that presidency has to be represented. These are the dynamics that I want us to appreciate how difficult and challenging some of our recommendations are, because it's not as easy as it sounds. And I think that also ties with Dr. Pam's recommendation. Mr. Josh called about replacing LECDA Life administrators, and I will tie that to the recommendation from Dr. Jevis. And I will be serious with this. In some organizations, LECDA Solidarity Group administration will be by appointment and not election. The history of this organization, leadership goes like this. LECDA Solidarity Group administration cannot go like that. It has to go like this. Meaning that by the time you find yourself in that group, we have to be sure this is not just the ABLM organization. We have even Hispanic and someone, they mentioned the white. If this organization collapses, there can be a class action lawsuit. Because not everybody sits and you play around, crumble an organization, and they just fold their arms and sit. So with all due respect, it is not about giving people the opportunity to come and serve. It is about getting competent people. But I'm also confident that when you stay on the stage for so long, it doesn't paint a good picture for the organization. And before coming here, that is why we did the due diligence. If you go by what the current administrators are doing, I will tell you that none of them is due to be replaced. But we have to do that for good practice. And that is why I went to the board. And I talked with the board to get that strategy. Then I went to the administrators and said, let's just agree which 2 people are going out. You have served with dignity. They don't have to vote you off the floor. Otherwise, we would have put all the administrators and the vote 2 out. And they agree that these 2 will be facing off because they have served this community with dignity and they want to exit with dignity. And they agree that after that, every year, 1 person will come in and the rest of the pioneer will gradually phase out. That is serving with dignity, recognizing that there has to be sustainability. And of course, the last thing is that we also put that race. We are not appointing, but these are the criteria that you have to meet to make yourself, to be an administrator. You should have been a group coordinator. You should have some familiarity to avoid a situation where they come to a hall like this, somebody who dressed up just come and say, LECDA Solidarity Group administrator, whoa, and then they end up there. And then tomorrow they come and make a report that they went there and that program is falling. Please. That after working with this group and this program for 3 years, that would be my recommendation. It's just last year that I worked with an attorney to amend the article of association to include LECDA Life, that they changed the name to LECDA Solidarity Group, because we have to do everything to protect this institution. When they say LECDA Life, the name LECDA Life kind of flag the organization that we are trying to evade insurance rule. So we had to change the name and then register it in case somebody were to challenge the LECDA Life and they go to the Georgia state, they will see that the activities they are carrying are even legitimate. So these are some of the things that we have done, and the recommendation that I'm giving here is to ensure for the welfare of this program and not to protect any individual. Again, it's an opinion from experience, but I feel the need to explain this before we move forward. I think this answers most of the concerns that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. As you were speaking, one last thought came to my mind, just, create your indulgence. Do we have we meet once a year, right? Do we have an online presence? Because if we could have quarterly meetings, open to Zoom meetings that are open, maybe there is a way that we can then help, the organization, the leadership, to vote out or maybe take certain decisions. For instance, if somebody has not shown up and has been voted, let's say today, and first meeting, in the next quarter, we are told, since we cannot meet physically every time, but we can make use of and then we can do online meetings. And so we can maybe think about how we can structure what are the things that we can do with online meetings and what are the things that can be done only with in-person meeting. So a good example would be, yes, maybe people come and they are not attending, and then we can vote those people out. So that may be something that we should think as a body here, and that may be something we can recommend to the bylaw organization to go and look into, right? I don't like I'm an institutionalist by nature, but so I don't like to do things out of the institutions, but I like the institutions to be functional.
And then just to conclude on the LECDA Solidarity Group issue, we have coordinators here. When you come to a convention and you're doing everything to ensure that the program is well protected, you have to make sure that you do your due diligence. So the hall might be scanty. I want to address your concern, but even among this scanty hall, I had done my job as the CEO to make sure that more than enough individuals who qualify to replace the two administrators are in here today, who meet the criteria. I just want to assure you that it shouldn't be like if somebody gets there, I have to make sure that there are people here who meet those criteria.
Okay. To add to that, there's ongoing special enrollment that ends at the end of this month. So if any member or any group registered now or applied now, the matriculation will be at the end of this month. And starting from June the 1st, you become a member of LECDA Solidarity. Just wanted to ask one thing. When we were discussing about LECDA Solidarity, we make a comment that we should not make people know that some money is given to someone. Somewhere. Yeah.
to read the resolutions. I think will be an ongoing conversation on what will need to be done. I have some legal minds here. At some point, I would approach them for some suggestions so that we don't have them on the floor debating. Rapporteurs, can you read the resolutions that we have? And Mr. CEO, if you read those resolutions, if there was anything here that was not part of that resolution, which was a proposal, you'll bring it up so we can, just debate it and add them there, and then we'll jointly adopt those resolutions.
Yes, so there are two categories of resolutions, or I'll call them recommendations. There were some recommendations from the CEO, and there were also some suggestions from the comments that we gathered of the comments that the General Assembly members presented. So I'm just going to go through them. Unfortunately, I did not separate the CEO recommendation from the general suggestions from the floor. So I'll go through them one by one, and then we'll go from there. If I'm missing some, just let me know. Succession recommendation for LECDA Solidarity Group. The CEO recommended that today we replace 2 administrators, and he suggested that we adopt an amendment to the current constitution for LECDA USA on the administrator, LECDA Solidarity Group administrator replacement. And what he recommended was 1 administrator replaced every year during LECDA USA convention up until all the current administrators are phased out. But he also recommended that when those replacements are done, the time of office should remain 5 years renewable once. And I remember there is a recommendation for a 3-year renewable once, and also a recommendation from the chair for a 2-year renewable once. Yeah. And I just want to mention that the CEO came back and clarified why he suggested what he suggested. So I don't know if we have to stop here and work on this and then move on.
Let's take point by point. I think the agreement is everything agreed up until the period of the duration of office, right? So we agree, or we all, it's a unanimous agreement that 2 members will be replaced today, and 1 member every year up until the current members are all replaced. Correct? Yes. All right. If the yeas say yay, the nays say nay, yay. The yeas carry. Okay? That's a second recommendation. Part 2 of that recommendation, which was the part B, which we'll need to vote on now, would be the CEO eloquently, after looking at this, suggested 5 years renewable once. And there were 2 other suggestions from the floor: 3 years renewable once, and then 2 years renewable once. So I'll start, give the CEO the pride of place. If we agree, those who say 5 years renewable once, I need somebody now to take this vote for me. Yes. Please, if you want a 5 years renewable once, please put.
How many are we voting?
No.
How many options?
There are 3 options on the floor, just being democratic. Okay? So I could, so I just want to make sure that we have all those after 5 years renewable ones. Please put up your hand. Yeah. Yes. 5 years renewable ones. 5 years renewable ones. 5 years renewable ones. Yeah, that would mean a total of 10 years in service.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, and then 1, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, plus myself, 25.
No, I'm not going to count you. For purposes of transparency,
okay,
you either do one job or the other. Right? So, yeah. You're like, no.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
That doesn't work.
I can break
24, right? Yes.
24.
24.
Oh, he was out. So
Okay.
25.
What are you voting for?
5 years.
Yes. Correct. Yeah, your vote counts.
No, the trick is
25.
Can the rapporteur, can you write that down for me, please?
All right. 3 years renewable ones.
I'll start from that side. 3 years renewable ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
These are the BLMs, right? Yes. Of course.
23.
One thing I need to ask you guys is, what are you voting for? Wait, please. No, I'm talking about the people who just came in. What are we voting for? For what? No, please. I want to make this thing as transparent and as organized as it can possibly be. If you are voting for the CEO, this is not what we are voting for. What I'm saying is, I will take the opportunity to explain to you what we are voting for, just because there is LECDA Solidarity, which was formerly LECDA Life. That program has its own members, we're like administrators, and there are 6 of them. So currently, they want to get 2 would be replaced today. And the CEO had suggested that every year, 1 of them would be replaced until all the 6 are gone, so that we can have a fresh, new member, we can have new
that, very right. There is create, but there is no specific in terms of the amount. So I'm not going to go into those details because that is not something. Well, Mr. CEO, I may suggest that if you have a proposal, I will break it up into two, right? Like we wanted to first of all see whether that is something that we would even agree before you start even thinking about money, right? Don't you think so? Yeah. So do we agree? Are we all those in favor of creating a budget for the CEO's office? All right?
Yes.
If you're in favor of that, say yay.
Yay.
Are we talking about the secretariat or the president, the CEO's office?
So let me restate this. When I came here, why I said this is because to be a CEO and do the job that you need is very expensive. I have done it without a budget. I have done it with my personal finances. But we don't have to tie the office to somebody who has personal finances. We should make it in such a way that somebody who has the skills and lacks the finances can actually accept to be the CEO. That is why when I brought that budget, Prof took it another step further. That we can even enhance that by just having the secretariat. That is another way of putting it. But when I brought it here, the point I wanted to address is that the person coming after me should not feel uncomfortable going to the board to ask for expenses to run the organization, but the assembly can empower the board to sponsor the activities of the CEO and leave the details to the board, because we don't know how much, when they do budgeting, you cannot sit here and talk about that amount, but you can empower the board to approve what is reasonable within the budget of the organization for the CEO to use that as expenses. If that authorization comes from the board, whoever is taking from him will have the confidence to say in the board that you need to approve this, and then the board will make that judgment on behalf of the assembly.
That's correct. So, just for clarification, Mr. CEO, are we talking about covering expenses, or are we talking about a stipend? These are two things. Exactly. These are two different things. So I want people to leave here voting knowing exactly, because a stipend means they give you whatever they give you that money. Whether you actually spend that money or not, that is some form of compensation for maybe time, maybe whatever. But reimbursing stuff means if I travel and then I come back and they will pay for my hotel, they will pay for my flight, and then they will pay for my per diem. All right? All of us who actually work in any organization know this, that when you go back, if you travel and then you come back, you will say, here is my expenditure. I use this for a car. I use this for a flight. And then they will calculate per diem per day and say maybe per day feeding or whatever should be $100. They will make up all of these, and then you will submit it. And they will submit that budget and you'll be reimbursed. What are we talking about? Is it a stipend or covering expenses? All right.
Chair, he really want to make 1 point for 30 seconds, so we have
yes,
to.
And there are a couple of people who want to make points, but please let's not focus on this idea so that we can be one. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow brothers and sisters, I think when we suggested, when this whole issue, this whole vision of 2050, or at least at the time that we did it back in Maryland in 2023, about a 5-year development plan, the suggestion was every Liberian person contributes $125 towards the development of Liberia, and $25 was earmarked for the administration of the project. That means out of your $125, $25 was for administration. So at the time that we make the suggestion, we're saying that if we base it on 2,000 people, $25 times 2,000 people, that was going to be $50,000 earmarked for administration. And $100 was purely for development. We discussed that and talked about that $100 being in that whole project issue to be restricted funds. And so the $25 was purely for administration, which goes back into the question of budget. So having talked about that, it means when we made that suggestion, we were saying that let's have $50,000 there for whoever the executive is, so that they can manage the process without having to be coming out of the pocket with money, out of their pocket and spending their own money. Having said that, the second point, whether we want to call it stipend or budget, if we budget $50,000, within that, we can say, okay, what little stipend can we give the chief executive officer or whoever that is? So that whatever that budget is, we can use it for stipend at the same time for reimbursement. So we made that proposal. So what the CEO is talking about and suggesting is actually in line with what we talked way back then and all of that. So yes, the budget should be something that we should be able to do. Thank you.
I think, again, I don't want us to get hung up on this. The money will come from somewhere. But are we talking about a stipend or expenses? Let us, yes. The stipend means, let me give you an example. A stipend, if we say we are going to give our CEO a stipend of $10,000 per annum, that money is sent to the CEO whether he travels or not, right? But if you say it's going to cover expenses up to the tune of maybe $20,000, then whether the CEO will come back, we can come here and the CEO would present us budgets for all the things that he has done. And that has been reimbursed, including his per diem. These are two independent things. Please, let's not get confused. Let's not get hung up on all of this.
Yeah. The time now is 5:13. So
See, Prof, let me just put this scenario. This is what I was saying. For the past 3 years, I've attended conventions. Some of it has been covered. This is what I'm asking for. At the beginning of the year, if there is assembly, go back to my speech. If the assembly empowers the board, and at the beginning of the year, the board says, looking at the expenditure, this is what they can assign to the CEO, let's say 3,000. Then the CEO can sit and look at the activities, because it is the response. When you say people pay, you have to work as a CEO. If you stay at home and you don't do outreach, nobody will pay. The CEO that can work within that budget and say there is the Kudo Convention, there is Mwakudo Convention, there is Lekuda, there is a Sorta. You sit and see which of these conventions you can attend. You can attend Lekudo this year, and next year you attend the next. But how many you attend will be determined by the budget the board allocate to you, and that budget will be decided based on the resources at the board. If you don't have enough money, you attend few conventions. If you have enough, you can attend all. But let's empower the board to sponsor expenses for the CEO and not stifle. Because we cannot pay the CEO. Even when you go, you have to come and table your receipt. Even the trip that you pay for me to go to Europe, I have to give her the receipt for accountability. It's not stifle, it is reimbursement on expenses.
Which is exactly what I thought you were asking, but which is what I want us to say, to do, right? So we're talking about a reimbursement. To tie the two things together, every year, the board can go back and say, we're going to budget up to 10,000 for your expenditure. But that money is not the money that is paid to the CEO. The CEO presents receipt on that, right? If the CEO only uses 5,000, 5,000 gets back, right? Right? This is the way every organization does. So that is not a stipend, it's expenditures.
Look, we are confusing a stipend for the CEO with having a secretariat.
No, Prof, we have not reached the secretariat. They are two different things. Please don't be a budget. No. Yeah, let me clarify with this. We will come to the secretariat. Please. I just wanted us to actually like get the things from the CEO, because there was this discussion about people were looking at it, some people were considering it as if it was some form of a payment.
We have always been about the CEO for legal expenses. For expenses that are justified. Right from when I was CEO.
So if we reimburse the CEO for expenses, then Mr. CEO, what were you asking? Will you be asking that money should be raised?
No.
Should the amount be raised?
No. I think I understand what is going on. Can I have your microphone, please? Let me try to help clarify stuff.
Again, I think the bylaws permit the CEO or any official within the organization to be reimbursed for the expenses. That is written in there. It's nothing new. I think what the CEO is recommending is that in order for him to plan his activities for the year, he needs, at the beginning of the year, for the board to say, okay, we have 10,000 available based on our budget, so now you can go ahead and plan what you want to do for this year. It helps with planning. It helps with him to be able to say, I want to raise 50,000 or 100,000 today. But to do that, I need the resources to go start that process. So my recommendation in order to help us move along would be that the resolution should rather say that the General Assembly is going to empower the board for them to allocate a budget at the beginning of the year, but contingent on the CEO providing what his needs are for that year, that they can recommend whatever budget they have based on what they have in the coffers. I think that's it.
So again, we're coming back to that, which is really good, right? So did you get that? All right. Yes, and then the second thing, I want us to take those two things together. The second thing was the secretariat. Yes. All right? The secretariat is actually a separate thing, which would mean that the secretariat would also need to get the same budgeting upfront, right? So the secretariat gets their budget upfront, which this organization should empower the secretariat, the board, to allocate some funds for the secretariat and then some funds for the CEO to travel. I don't understand what is so confusing about this.
My apology. So, I only say I'm sorry, but I just want to say that I think the financial quagmire that was talking about the CEO going through, whether you have to spend money before you present your receipt. So if such a budget is disbursed to you in advance, it gives you the opportunity to plan. Allocate to you, it gives you the opportunity to plan. So we don't go through financial labor trying to figure money in order to pay for, in order to be reimbursed.
What I'm simply just saying is the board, the assembly is making a recommendation that the board allocates a budget, right? An appropriate budget for the CEO after the CEO has presented their plan of action for the year. The board would allocate an appropriate budget for that upfront. But that budget is only the CEO, that budget is used contingent on the CEO on spending that money, right? Correct. You only spend they only pay you, they only reimburse what you need, right? So if a 10,000 budget is actually allocated, and that year you only spend 4, the rest stays back in their coffers, right? Is that not what we're saying? Yeah. All right, now you have 5. And then similarly, we have a budget allocated for the secretariat, contingent on... No, there were 2...
However, that secretariat budget should be part of what the CEO requires, because the secretariat...
All right, but please, if you could have just heard what I would say. When the CEO comes and tells you and presents a budget, I'm going to make this travel, I'm going to make this travel, I'm going to make this travel. That may sum up to 6,000. This is the money that we may use to run secretarial things that are not just travel. This make up to 2,000. So the board is proven, and we're asking the board to budget 8,000, right? That takes care of both the CEO's travel and then the secretariat. Is that not what I'm asking?
Yeah.
So can we reflect that on that bill and then we'll move on?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think we have to, I just wanted to break it into 3 different parts. So the first part will be, and I'm just going to throw out a timeline here. By January 31st of each calendar year, the Board of Trustees will vote on a budget for the calendar year for the CEO to manage the calendar year. That is what we are basically voting on. So we can go ahead and vote on that.
So
then move to the second one.
All right. One question, please. I want to. Please. Can we move? All right. I need 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm being compressed here with time because we have reasons to do this.
Please, the Board of Trustees is already in charge of doing that. What happened is when the new government come in, they write the appropriation and go to the Board of Trustees, they approve. That is it. We are not doing any resolution here empowering the Board of Trustees, whose function is already stipulated in the bylaws, what they are supposed to do.
Mr. Sullivan, please. I think that there is a lapse from what the CEO has explained.
It does not.
Yes, there is a lapse in that. That is what you wish would have happened, but that's probably not what is happening.
I'll keep it very brief. I know we are talking about a secretariat. Don't we have a Secretary General in the Board of Trustees? If we do, why are we duplicating efforts? That's why they're referring to.
Was dormant.
Yeah, that's right. That's the secretariat. So,
all right. Okay.
No, that's
again,
secretary.
a key resolution that is being taken down is that there needs to be a budgeting at the beginning of the year for running the CEO. Please, I'm standing. Mr. Ernest, I'm going to call you out. The key resolutions are, there would be that the floor is recommending to the board that there is a budget upfront that is voted by the Board of Trustees to run the CEO's office and the secretariat. Correct?
Yes. That's right.
We're not talking about the amount. That they can go and get that done. All those who say, all those in favor say yay. Yeah. All those against say nay. All right, the years carry. Can we run through the next one? I have 3 minutes more to get all of this in.
So LECDA USA/LECDA Solidarity Group undergo a professional audit. Frequency and manner of audit going forward should be clearly defined.
All the years? Yes. Nays? All right, that is carried. The audit resolution to create an external, to have an external audit adopted, right?
Frequency.
Annually. Annually. That's what the law requires.
It's annual.
Yeah.
Right. Next.
Professional and functional website that continuously, a professional and functional website that gets updated.
And that's actually something that, I think one of the things that the CEO would do at the Secretariat is actually even as the goal, they may actually budget if they need some professional to maintain that website. Right? Yeah. Good. So that is ongoing, I'm told. So it doesn't need to be voted on. All right?
Yes, and I just want to clarify, the website is being built, but what we are talking about is a continuous management of that website, because you need people, so that is part of it. Okay.
That falls under Secretariat.
Okay.
So that budget that we voted for the Secretariat, or maybe that we propose for Secretariat, will take care of that.
Yeah.
Next.
I think we need to put a time limit on when that website needs to be functional. To say it's ongoing, it's been ongoing for 25 years, if I can remember. I'm just being honest here.
Yeah.
Let's put a time limit on when it needs to get done. No, that's too far.
So, all right, Dr. Foticha, we hear you, please, one house. We will make sure that we will get the CEO, I mean, without empowering him from the floor. He understands that the floor is saying, Mr. CEO, this website needs to be functional as of yesterday. That yesterday. Next.
The next will be institute a house of delegates constituted by members of each kingdom with documented participation to ensure qualification for any LECDA USA funding.
Well, I mean, again, these are things that I think the point here is think about the idea. They're doing it, we take this, and then you can send it over to the bylaw committees, and then the board will sit back and reflect on it and how best this will be done. But this is a very, very important aspect, because we just talked about there were 8, this is where this came from. 8 condoms got project funding. And right here today, we don't even know how many are here to give us feedback. So people should know the background. So I think this is a very important resolution. If the floor says, if there are any, if we all those that are in favor say yay. Yay. If you are against, you say nay. All right. That is a resolution adopted. Next.
The next will be empower the executive committee to replace ineffective or inactive members of the executive and members of the board of trustees.
Did they say CEO? Was that the CEO or the executive committee? I don't know what the executive committee is.
The CEO constitutes, the reason I put it this way is just not the CEO. There is a CFO, there is a CEO. Everybody that will be voted today, I think the CEO function with.
So what the CEO called for was, I mean, what somebody called for on the floor was for the CEO to do that. But what you are calling from the rapporteur's office is, rather than the CEO, to talk about an executive committee, right?
Yes.
Just so we get
the executive, whoever we are going to vote today, or the CEO, the CFO, and the PRO sit together. Five of them.
5 positions.
So
that's what we are recommending.
Anyway, I don't know if they are. I think there is probably maybe a better way to craft this resolution is to explore the best way of actually replacing ineffective members. And the reason I say so is because part of the problem that I was hearing was that after the election, it's the CEO that is working. So if you're putting all these other people who are non-functional, how do they replace themselves?
Okay, I think we can move on. We can change the recommendation.
Just 1 minute. I think.
One of the things that Professor Zengo, during his tenure as the CEO, introduced, and which I copied, was that at that time we did not have founder representative, we had just chapter president. And if a chapter president was not active on the board, we asked the chapter to send a new representative. So we can actually institute that as a policy, that if a chapter president or a founder representative, we have somebody here who we just commented about his president not being here. If a founder representative is not active, we give that founder or the chapter an opportunity to replace that person, and if they don't, then we stop counting them as part of the board.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
So, I think, what does the floor think about that?
That will address the
No, I need only 30 minutes intervention, yes.
Yes. That will address the issue of the That recommendation that Chief gave will address the issue from the fund and also from the chapter. But from the perspective of the BOT, which are the 5 elected officials that will be elected today, what is this body going to say about that? If they are ineffective, can they be dismissed?
Mr. Goldman has his hand up, and then I would I will just make one last thing, and then we can go.
Please, I'm just pleading and create the indulgence of the House. All these things, if you have read the LECDA Constitution, it tells you about the redundancy of the executive that are not capable of working. All what is lacking is for us to implement what says in the Constitution. In our bylaws, the bylaws is saying that if a member is not active, you follow the due process. So if we give an opportunity for the CEO to dismiss people or to replace people, we are not setting a sustainable organization. How can you define in the long run whether the CEO is going to replace people just simply because he doesn't like the person? So we need to be able to set proceeding. Thank you very much.
30 minutes for, 30 seconds for Dr. Rocky, and I think we are done with that, and then we can come back.
If an elected officer did not perform their job during the entire year, at the next General Assembly, that should be tabled for replacement for the rest of the term. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Do we get that as a resolution to adopt? So there are 2 things here, and then for elected members, you don't perform your duty for the entire year, you are tabled for replacement the following year. For fund-up organizations, if you don't perform your duty, you don't show up at meetings, then we ask for a replacement, and if the replacement is not forthcoming, there is a formal address from the executive to your fund-up, which is kept in LECDA files, to the effect that you've been duly informed to replace, but you do not. All right? That way, we are able to continue functioning. All right? All right. Next resolution.
I need to say one thing about that.
All right. Lawyers always like to pick things apart. I hope you're not picking this apart. Right?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think he's very right.
Right.
Because we have a constitution that states how people can be removed from office.
Yeah.
If the General Assembly wants to make a resolution to override that, we have to follow the process as well. And I think the Constitution also defines us and gives us a process through which we can make changes and bring in new laws that override the current one that we have.
So, I think only that the resolutions, as you know, before we started, I said this, that these resolutions, some of them may require constitutional change, but then they will be turned over to the Constitutional Committee to amend the bylaws or the constitutions appropriately, right?
It's not going to take effect today then, unless that committee does it, and then it's not.
Yes, I mean, that is true. Right.
As long as we do that, though.
Right. Great. I've hung around you people for too long to know sometimes what to do to be a closet lawyer. So, next resolution. Rapporteurs, are you done?
Yeah, create an independent committee led by qualified professionals to manage the projects of LECDA USA.
That's correct.
And then Yes, I think that is the last one.
Again, these are things that we are putting as resolutions so that they form the basis for what the next administration can then look at it and explore. So all who say yay, all who say nay. All right. The last thing, are you done?
I thought there was a quarterly meeting suggestion to talk about quarterly online meetings.
Yes, that was, I was going to go to that to say maybe we'd explore, instead of doing this once a year gathering, in addition to this, we should explore the possibility of adding quarterly online meetings, right? So because it can help address many of these issues. Is that a yay from the floor?
Yeah.
And the nays? All right, okay, good. Is that the last one?
Yes.
All right. So please, I think that the chef there wants me to give you people a 5 minutes break to go grab something and come. Once we get here, there are a couple of people, the fundams, 15 minutes fundam report, and then we go to our keynote address, finish that and the election, and we're done. All right?
Where's the DJ?
Personally, if it was left to me, I would have kept all of you here for coming late. Even if it means not eating for the whole day.
DJ, where's the DJ? DJ, you are needed here. DJ. Please, let's Please, let's all go to the back there and get something. Let's do this very quickly, please, and then we come back to our seats. We need the DJ, please. The DJ. Let's go. Let's go get something, and then we come back here very quickly. Where's the DJ, please? The DJ.
rally.
If I'm ready, then I have to do my friend. But it will be you. Yes, yes, my own community. Yes, correct. I think I'm doing something for people to put, for the younger ones to put their stuff. I said, no, I'm not ready again, I am tired. We ask God not, no, nobody, yeah. And I was really ready. Sis, let's take a photo before you go. Okay. Oh, good to die. I'm sorry to disrupt the peace. When he is already in heaven, Papa God. When he is already, this lady, we need to find her after this. Dr. Bella knows that. That background, I like the background.
Corona pandemic. Bring it on. I want to feel you right now, from aside, inside, that's smooth and soothing, that's smooth and soothing. Come on, baby, I want to feel you right now, from aside, inside, that's smooth and soothing, that's smooth and soothing. I don't care, that's what they say about us. I look in your eyes, I see you true love. When you blink, I see you feel love. When you smile, I want to find you. That's why when you sigh, your shoes through the roof. You make life easy on me. I want to take you to the altar right now. Take the hand. Everybody needs a soulmate. I got a feeling from my
Hey, doctor.
Please, can you come back to your seats, please? Let's continue. Come back, please. Come back inside. Everybody, please come back inside. Thank you.
Everybody come inside, please.
here, setting the pay everybody has to go away from the city. That is the sum of now. A lot of yeah, I know. I just my sister, so my wife said, "Do you know her?" I don't think she will. Let's do it. Oh my God. You know, Chief Louis, two of them of Canada. Welcome. Okay. Please, can you have your seat so we can continue, please? Have your seat, please.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, have your seat, please. This was just a snack. We'll be having dinner after this. After the session, we'll be having dinner. So it was just a snack. So everybody out there, can you come in, please? Come in, because we're going to have the keynote right now. Please, everybody, come in, please. Come in. Before we be able to go for the Angabo, me one that will go there. For some will go there for Sunday. Yeah, the one that will go there. For will go there Sunday. Doctor, I want to appoint you. Doctor Bonjour, we'll put there. Programming, all right, please, can you have your seat, please, CEO? Where's Gaza Media? Gaza Media. Gaza Media, please. Let's go ahead. Come on to the front. Let's get started. Let's continue.
So we're going to continue with the fundums and chapter reports. Let me see how many fundums are here that have a report. Okay, so that Lebam,
And which one other one? Numated? Bambo. Yeah. Then how many chapters? Come. How many chapters? Let me see how many chapters. Atlanta, California, chapters. Houston, Arizona. Okay, that would be 5. So I will start with condoms and I trickle down to the... Yeah, please, as we say, we really are running against time. And if you do not have a pre-prepared report, please, if you just want to get up the things that we may want to know, if you do not have a pre-prepared report and you want to, it may just be, especially for the chapters, how many you are in your chapter, for instance, maybe some few things that you do that the organization can learn from. And then let's stop it at that, so that we don't take too much time. The fundums, I think that they will really be, especially those people who got funding for the projects that LECDA sponsored. One, the assembly and general public would like to know what those funds accomplished and some of the lessons learned. These are the key things to me, so that please, it is okay to just get up and just be acknowledged as a chapter, but without giving a report. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with the host chapter, which is Atlanta. After that will be California, Houston, and Arizona. Okay, all right.
So let me welcome all of you one more time. In the Atlanta chapter, we've been growing very steadily, but very slowly, and we're making a lot of improvements. So in Atlanta, our chapter is kind of like, we just make $10 contribution every month, and every year we have a $5 registration fee. At this moment, I'll be glad to let you know that our population has grown over the years, and we have 72 members on our register as of today. And there are little benefits that we give to members, and some of those benefits have been very helpful to our members. We have our main cultural activity here is the Asamba dance, that we are striving to become professionals in that, and it will come. Right now, we have